Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Colleagues, before we begin, I'd like to recognize former President of the N.W.T Council, Mr. Joseph Karnagowski. Welcome to the Chamber. Good afternoon, colleagues. February is Indigenous Languages Month in the Northwest Territories. It is a time to acknowledge the importance of language and culture to the well-being and resilience of Indigenous people around the North. It's also a day to recognize the many language champions working to address the language crisis facing Indigenous peoples. To our interpreters, thank you for the invaluable service you provide to us every day. Masi. Colleagues, today I'm proud to announce the renaming of the Legislative Assembly's meeting rooms in the Territory's 9 Indigenous languages. This project was inspired by nature and reflected in language. Each room is named after an animal in one of the Indigenous languages. Illustrations were done by the N.W.T born Indigenous artist Trey Madsen. All members, staff, and public are encouraged to use the translated room names to integrate Indigenous languages into our everyday work. By celebrating Indigenous Languages Month, we acknowledge how fundamental language is to our identity of Indigenous peoples in the Northwest Territories. Masicho, colleagues. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, I was given a mandate to initiate a review of the Income Assistance Program to ensure its objectives, benefits, and delivery support the social and economic aspirations of the people of the N.W.T. Since then, the Department of Education, Culture, and Employment has put in a considerable amount of time and effort into fulfilling this mandate. Based on the findings of the review, the Department of Education, Culture, and Employment is now in the process of finalizing the most significant changes to the Income Assistance Program in a generation. These changes are supported by a proposed additional investment of over $5 million annually that will flow directly to our most vulnerable residents. Mr. Speaker, the current Income Assistance Program provides financial assistance to residents for rent and utilities based on actual amounts, additional allowances for persons, seniors, and persons with permanent disabilities, and set amounts based on family size and community for food, clothing, and furnishings. The program is intended to ensure a minimum standard of living and support greater self-reliance. To determine how well we are achieving these goals and whether these goals are still appropriate, the Department conducted an extensive internal review of the program and engaged with stakeholders and the public through virtual focus groups, online surveys, and telephone interviews. A total of 363 people participated in the engagement, with representation from Indigenous governments, non-government organizations, utility providers, landlords, the public, and frontline staff who deliver the Income Assistance Program, and current and past income assistance clients. In addition to the public engagement, the Department of Education, Culture, and Employment completed a satisfaction survey with 262 responses. Based on this work, we are proposing to introduce 2 distinct income assistance programs this summer. First, we are proposing to introduce a redesigned income assistance program for clients ages 19 to 59. Over the years, there have been a number of incremental changes to the income assistance program, including modest increases and exempting certain types of income from the income assistance calculations. However, these increases have not kept up with inflation, The last full adjustment of benefits based on the Consumer Price Index was in 2005. To address this issue, we are proposing to increase benefits based on the new Market Basket Measure North, which is the Government of Canada's official measure of poverty that has been adjusted to reflect the realities of the North. This will ensure that there is a clear link between the amounts provided by the program and the amounts actually needed to establish a modest basic standard of living.
Good, Minister.
To reduce the program's administrative burden on staff and clients, we are proposing to streamline benefits and remove the requirement to participate in a productive choice. To remove barriers to employment, we are proposing to increase the amount of monthly income that can be earned before it is deducted from benefit payments from $200 plus 15% of additional income to $500 plus 25% of additional income. We are also proposing to remove employment-related suspensions so clients are not suspended from the program if they try to maintain employment but are unsuccessful. To advance reconciliation, we propose to increase the exemption for funds received from an impact benefit agreement and treaty or land claim agreements from $500 per year to 100%. We also propose to increase the unearned income exemption from $1,200 per year to $350 per month. Mr. Speaker, in addition to a renewed income assistance program, we are also proposing to introduce a new income assistance program for seniors and persons with disabilities. The program will be based on annual income, so clients will only need to apply and report their income once a year. By moving to an annual process, with income determined using the Notice of Assessment, only taxable income would be considered when determining benefits. As such, under this new income assistance program, money that seniors and persons with disabilities receive from friends and family, lottery and bingo winnings, and income tax returns and GST will no longer be included as part of the assessment. Mr. Speaker, due to the magnitude of these changes, there is still much work to be done. Regulations and policies must be amended, a performance measurement plan has to be developed, staff need to receive training on the new programs, but we are well on our way, and I look forward to updating this House as we continue to make progress on this important initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, addictions continue to be a serious issue in the N.W.T. Many residents have experienced the grip of addictions at some point in their lifetime, while many others have watched family or friends battle drug or alcohol dependencies. The GNWT is committed to making sure that residents have access to the right combination of culturally safe supports and services where and when they need it. This is why the 19th Legislative Assembly made it a mandate priority to increase the number and variety of community-based mental health and addictions programs, including aftercare. To ensure that actions we are taking best meet the needs of people we serve, we regularly conduct internal and external audits to make sure that we are measuring up to our own standards and priorities. This is why we welcome the 2022 findings of the Office of the Auditor General of Canada's Audit of Addictions Prevention and Recovery Services for the period August 1st, 2016 to July 31st, 2021. The findings from the audit help us understand where our programs are on track and where we need to improve outcomes for residents experiencing addictions. Mr. Speaker, we accepted all 7 recommendations by the Office of the Auditor General. The audit speaks to the importance of aftercare, cultural safety, access to services, coordination of services, and client outcomes. Later today, I will be tabling the Addictions Prevention and Recovery Services Work Plan that sets out concrete actions that we will be taking in response to the audit. The work plan identifies 5 areas of improvement to address the 7 recommendations from the Office of the Auditor General. These include increasing our understanding of residents' self-determined mental wellness and addictions recovery needs to inform program planning and priority setting, enhancing partnerships with Indigenous governments and communities to ensure a continuum of services that better meets the addiction needs of residents. Improving access to culturally safe addiction prevention and recovery services. Increasing consistency in coordination of addiction services and aftercare. And enhancing the ability to track community-identified and service user-identified outcomes. Mr. Speaker, many initiatives were already implemented or work was underway during the time the audit was taking place. Examples include the establishment of the Cultural Safety and Anti-Racism Unit that will ensure cultural safety is represented in all policies, programs, and documents. Another is the transformation of the addictions and recovery system by ensuring residents and their families have access to the right level of care when and where they need it. This model of care uses a recovery-oriented approach to provide same-day access to flexible mental wellness and addictions recovery services. The community counseling program eliminated wait lists for counseling services. Other examples of work aligned with the audit recommendations include the establishment of an Indigenous advisory body, establishment of the peer support and addictions recovery and aftercare community funds, development of a territorial approach to managed alcohol, establishment of the Mental Wellness and Addictions Recovery Advisory Group, and the creation of Indigenous patient advocate positions and an Office of Client Experience. Work is also underway to develop a territorial model for medical detox and the establishment of transitional housing for addiction recovery. Mr. Speaker, we will be working closely with Indigenous and community partners, as well as health and social services advisory bodies, to refine and implement approaches to advance change in the addictions and recovery system. Mr. Speaker, I understand the devastating impacts addictions have on families and communities across this territory. The work plan outlines how and what we will be doing to provide safe and effective services, as well as meaningful tools to help struggling families and individuals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Honourable Premier.
Minister responsible for the Premier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce today the launch of a new funding portal on the Government of the Northwest Territories website that will make it easier for territorial residents, businesses, nonprofits, non-governmental organizations, and others to find information and access funding opportunities offered by the Government of the Northwest Territories. This initiative also advances our government's commitment to open government by making government information accessible in a way that is responsive to the needs and expectations of N.W.T. residents. Mr. Speaker, government's job is to help improve the lives of the people we serve. We must not only accomplish our broader mandate objectives, but also make smaller, meaningful improvements along the way. These actions are the building blocks to accomplishing our broader priorities, and this funding portal represents one of these smaller but significant achievements. Mr. Speaker, the Government of the Northwest Territories provides over 120 unique funding programs to residents delivered by 9 departments and agencies across the government. It's understandable that sometimes residents have difficulty finding these programs, as the information, while provided online, is located on various government websites. This comprehensive new funding portal brings all these programs together in one online location. Residents can filter through based on who they are or what kind of funding they are looking for. The launch of this portal provides citizens with a clear and simple path to accessing the monetary support they need. Mr. Speaker, whether you're a small business owner looking to grow, a nonprofit organization seeking support, or an individual who needs financial assistance, this new feature on our main GNWT website allows you to find the resources and supports you need to succeed. It also represents equitable access to government funding, Mr. Speaker. Some residents of the Northwest Territories are less familiar with today's online world, and many struggle to navigate websites to find what they need. This small improvement means that more residents, regardless of their comfort level with technology, can more easily understand and access funding and support available to them. The launch of this portal is a direct response to what I've heard from residents, businesses, and non-government organizations across the territory. It demonstrates our commitment to empowering residents and providing the resources they need to thrive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Minister statements, member statements, member statements, member for Great Slave.
Drin Gwinzi, Mr. Speaker. February is Indigenous Languages Month in Canada. And once again, the Northwest Territories proves unique in that we are the only political region in Canada which recognizes 11 official languages, 9 of which are Indigenous. Indigenous Languages Month is an opportunity to celebrate the N.W.T's unique culture and heritage, once again emphasizing how important it is that we preserve and revitalize Indigenous languages. We will achieve this through their everyday use, in-depth educational programs, and new technology such as apps, ensuring these languages survive for generations to come. It was with this in mind, Mr. Speaker, that in the last sitting I introduced a private member's bill to change the name of my riding, Great Slave. It was my intent to identify a name more representative of the Indigenous people of the Yellowknife area and their culture. When I began speaking with people on this topic to gauge residents' thoughts and opinions, it soon became apparent to me that many people had strong feelings about a rename. Some were not open to change and felt the name should stay Great Slave. Some wanted the change but objected to the name that I had proposed, which was just a placeholder, Mr. Speaker. And others had wonderful ideas about how the name should be chosen and what significance should be looked at. Geographical names were proposed, as well as were some that represented the wildlife and the flora of the N.W.T. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, I have decided not to move forward with my bill in this Assembly. I want to ensure that the proper time and consideration is given to this important decision. Consideration that is beyond what one MLA can do, and particularly one that is not Indigenous. It is my hope, Mr. Speaker, that the 20th Assembly will take a good look at the names of all the ridings in Yellowknife, as well as those outside, and determine a new methodology for renaming them that incorporates local traditional knowledge and has the approval of the Indigenous governments. Mr. Speaker, before settlers arrived, Indigenous people had names for the different areas in this region that we call Yellowknife. It is respectful and honourable to have them lead the discussions when renaming the ridings of the Legislative Assembly. And I just want to say a big thank you and masicho to all of our interpreters and translators who have to deal with me speaking a mile a minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Member statements, member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On February 15th, the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, the CRTC, announced that it would not review Cavan Radio's application to take its programming on air with a new FM radio station. There are a number of problems with this decision, and it needs to be reversed. First, while I respect the authority of this quasi-judicial regulator, I am concerned with the lack of N.W.T. representation on this body. The legislation establishing the CRTC states that federal cabinet appoints up to 13 members. The only requirements are that an individual must be a Canadian citizen, ordinarily resident in Canada, and not have any direct role or interest in the telecommunications sector. If you look at the CRTC website, there are now 8 members and 1 apparent vacancy on the board, with geographic representation from 5 regions where the Northern Territories are lumped in with adjacent provinces. For the first time ever, a Northern resident, a Yukon First Nation citizen, was appointed in August 2019. This is a good thing, but why is the N.W.T. lumped in with Alberta in terms of representation on the CRTC? That BC and Yukon Commissioner was also one of the 2 dissenting opinions on the Cavan Radio decision. I want to quote a few points from her dissenting opinion, quote, "There was not enough evidence on the record to show me that Yellowknife cannot sustain a second commercial radio station." And, quote, "The Commission may wish to consider a departure from its general practice not to accept further applications for a commercial radio station to serve the Yellowknife market for 2 years from the date of the decision," end of quote. Another dissenting opinion had the following to say, Mr. Speaker, quote, "The existing commercial radio station in Yellowknife, the existing commercial radio stations in Yellowknife cannot bar competition indefinitely by citing unprofitability. Diversity of voices should be supported as much in a somewhat remote northern community as elsewhere in Canada. Contrary to the decision, I believe publishing the applications received and proceeding to a hearing is the appropriate and timely response. The alternative is further delay," end of quote. While I personally disagree with the CRTC decision, the public wants to know if Cabinet is doing anything about this situation. I think we also need a more systemic fix to ensure that the N.W.T's interests are known and understood by the CRTC through its membership. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Fort Smith is home to some of the oldest school infrastructure in all of the N.W.T. Not only that, but Fort Smith is also home to 3 buildings with a residential school legacy, and all of them are still active in use today. The 3 buildings I'm referring to are PWK High School, JBT Elementary School, and Brennan Hall at Aurora College. To be perfectly clear, all of these structures are either former residential schools or former federal Indian day schools, and they're the only remaining of such structures left standing in the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, JBT was built in 1958 and is officially opened in January 1959, which makes it 65 years old. Originally, it was a federal Indian day school with students from multiple nearby communities until the building was purchased by the government of the Northwest Territories in 1969. After that, the building was converted into an elementary school, which is to this day is being used for the purpose for students of Fort Smith. In addition, the former Grandin College was built in 1962 and was run by the Catholic Church as a residential school until 1971, when the government of the Northwest Territories bought the buildings and converted them into PWK High School. Since then, the government has continued to use the old Grandin College residential school buildings for the high school in Fort Smith. Mr. Speaker, the links between federal Indian day schools and residential schools have already been firmly established by the academia and the testimonies of survivors from both systems. Therefore, both these facilities carry a heavy history of abuse and colonialism that cannot be ignored. We know that both systems caused a lot of damage to many of the students who attended these schools. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
For Thabacha, the member seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Lastly, Mr. Speaker, these schools are 65 and 60 years old, respectively, and are in serious need of replacement. For these reasons, I'm once again calling upon our government to begin the process to replace and decommission these 2 facilities. 2 years ago, I tabled an ECE document titled N.W.T Schools Capital Needs Assessment Summary. It was dated April the 22nd, 2003, and listed all schools in the South Slave. The year each was constructed, the year of the last major renovations, and the year should be reviewed to determine if a replacement is necessary. According to that document, JBT was scheduled to be replaced in 2018, and PWK was scheduled to be replaced in 2020, but neither has happened. Despite the age and history of both schools, I do not agree with that. So I'm hoping that our government takes notice and will work with Fort Smith to replace and rebuild new schools for our community. I will have questions for the ECE Minister later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start off by wishing my daughter and the Minister of Education's sister, Chelsea, a happy birthday today. Hopefully her co-workers are spoiling her in Calgary. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to announce that the 41st Canberra Carnival is on and runs from Thursday, March 2nd through to Sunday, March 5th. It is an event that brings friends, family, and tourists together and is a great way to usher in the start of soon-to-be spring weather. Mr. Speaker, to pull this event off requires ingenuity, dedication, and countless hours by a dedicated community and group of volunteers. The impact Canberra Carnival has on the Acknowledgements First Nation spills over into the town of Hay River, where it generates much excitement. The people of Acknowledgements First Nation in Hay River look forward to this event as not only great entertainment and fun for all, but the recognition that spring and warmer weather is just around the corner. Mr. Speaker, this year's event will start on Thursday with a fire feeding ceremony at the Chief Lamley's complex, followed by a children's talent show, crowning of the Canberra Carnival Queen, Prince, and Princess. Friday evening will see youth outdoor events, a $6,000 bingo, and the opening of registration for the dog races. Saturday will start with the pancake breakfast, followed by dog races, hand games, adult outdoor games, all capped off with an adult talent show in the evening. The canteen will be open all day, and let's hope they have bannock burgers, which are a must-try. Sunday, being the final day of the event, will again start with a pancake breakfast, more hand games, dog races, adult outdoor games, a poker derby, and hopefully more bannock burgers. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of myself, the MLA for Hay River North, and all Hay River residents, I'd like to send a big shout out to Diane Toronto, who is working many hours to pull this event together, and to the Acknowledgements First Nation for hosting it, the Canberra Carnival Committee for making it happen, and the many sponsors and volunteers that are bringing this 41st Canberra Carnival annual event to life. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all of you here to skip out on Friday's session, as I may very well just do that and take a trip to the Acknowledgements First Nation in Hay River this weekend and enjoy some of the festivities taking place along with the bannock burgers. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Member Statements. Member Statements. Member for Mumfree.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a mandate item of the Government of the Northwest Territories to increase affordable housing, especially for vulnerable people. I have said in this House many times how the communities in the Klitschko regions are in a housing crisis. Betchakon, the largest Dene community in the N.W.T, does not have enough homes to shelter its people. Mr. Speaker, when youth need a safe place to live, so they can go to school, the N.W.T should remove all barriers in their way. There should be extra supports and services to assist youth. We should not be forcing youth to navigate government programs just to be sheltered in a safe space. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this is not happening for a constituents in my riding. For a young adult in my riding, and this applies to a lot of others who find themselves in these situations. Mr. Speaker, a young adult that I'm talking about who was raised in a child welfare system, who is facing homelessness, but has found safe housing in their home community, who is trying to complete high school education, who is struggling to navigate government system to access financial support to pay for housing and other expenses. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T says they are not eligible for housing assistance because they are not sleeping in a room. This is exactly the problem, Mr. Speaker. Our communities are in a housing crisis. There is nowhere to house people. They are forced to sleep on couches, and then they have to fight with government with government programs and services to give them the financial help they need to get out of this situation. This is unacceptable treatment of our vulnerable population. I will have a question for the Minister of Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Member Statements. Member Statements. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the federal government's universal child care goal is to build Canada-wide community-based system of quality care. This is good news, but unfortunately this good news has had a rocky shotgun start here in the Northwest Territories. While the foundation for $10 a day childcare takes shape, some struggles we are seeing aren't new to this funding model. The federal government's own explicit model in this new Canada-wide social program is Quebec, who in 1997 built an affordable childcare system. This system has led to large increases in birth-giver employment, and prominent economists say that childcare reforms will over time pay for themselves and increase government revenues and lower benefit costs. Mr. Speaker, Quebec's program saw its own growing pains, and luckily the N.W.T can learn from their experience. The Institute for Research on Public Policy published 4 recommendations to address the anticipated growing pains of universal childcare. The recommendations called for increased early childhood educator wages, being prepared to inject more funding as no one has addressed whether the federal commitment will actually achieve its goals, and to close the maternity and parental gap benefits. But ultimately, they concluded Quebec tried to do too much, too fast, and should have focused first on rapidly expanding capacity. Mr. Speaker, the GNWT's current Early Childhood Infrastructure Fund has a $1 million budget for projects that preserve, expand, or create new center-based childcare infrastructure in NWT communities. Most recently, the Yellowknife Daycare Association built a new facility that serves 104 children. In 2018, this build cost roughly $4 million. The Yellowknife Daycare Association currently has over 400 children on their wait list. Pair this with ECE's desire to create 300 new childcare spaces NWT-wide, and we know this fund will not go far enough to address the needs of our territory. Mr. Speaker, you don't need to look far here in Yellowknife to find an entrepreneur, healthcare worker, teacher, or public servant looking for childcare to meet a looming return-to-work deadline without any nibbles of potential open spaces. To see this initiative's success, the GNWT needs to be ready to inject more funding in operations and infrastructure through substantial capital grants or loan guarantees to accelerate a coordinated sector expansion. Working toward universal childcare is a good news story, Mr. Speaker, but without learning from Quebec's growing pains, we are already walking in their footsteps, and I worry we are not properly preparing ourselves for a successful next mile. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask a lot of questions of the Department of Lands, not as many as the Minister asked in the last Assembly, but that's because I have a long dream list for the Department of Lands. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make some changes to our leases. Ideally, I'd like people who've lived in their lease for decades of their life to be able to own that home. To have the certainty that that land can be passed on to their children and they won't have to, have the remediation requirement that comes at the end of a lease over their head. Mr. Speaker, I would like us to sort out pricing on leases to make sure there is fairness there. I'd like to some sort of rights-based option for our hunters and trappers out on the land so that they're not under the same lease and in the same conversation as some sort of recreational user. Mr. Speaker, I would like to finally get rid of this having 2 types of land. And I know the Minister would like to do many of these things, and in fact they are dependent on 2 pieces of work largely, the Public Land Act coming into force and the land lease only policy being reviewed. This minister had big dreams, I would say, at the beginning of the Assembly of getting that land lease only policy in force within 2 years, and then COVID hit and it kind of became hopefully at the end of this Assembly. And when I asked him last session, it was more, I hope to get a timeline back to you when we will complete this work. So my hope is that he's gone back, he's got a hard timeline, and he will get that work done in the life of this Assembly. Similarly for the land lease only policy. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of little changes I would like to see. I'd like to see a cabin lottery. That's one of those other potential things that may happen just in the life of this Assembly. Many of my constituents have complained they've reached the maximum amount of outbuildings on their property, so they can't build a greenhouse. I think that's completely at odds with our goal of food security. Many have expressed the desire to run Airbnbs out of their leases. That's presently not allowed. I think that would be a great business model in all of our communities to allow some sort of commercial interest in our leases, or at the very least, they legally be allowed to live in their houses. I'll have questions for the Minister of Lands about whether we're actually going to complete any of this Public Land Act work or land lease only policy work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish you a belated happy birthday yesterday. I heard you turned 29, so happy birthday. Today, I'd like to raise the House to speak about Denny Drums in the N.W.T film that got selected to be part of the YELLOWKNIFE International Film Festival, Swedish International Film Festival, Berlin Short Film Festival, Dawson City International Short Film Festival, Brooklyn Film Festival, Los Angeles Skin Film Festival, LA Document Film Festival, and the Scanmago Indigenous Film Festival in Finland. The film is a short documentary about a group of little Denny that go into the Naheni National Park to learn the Denny drums sung from the Dehcho region of the Dene, the Northwest Territories. The short documentary was shot before the pandemic and was edited during the pandemic and is now screening across the world. Mr. Speaker, the director, Jonathan Antoine, studied cinematography at Capilano University in Vancouver. At the end of the program, he took another cinematography certification program and has been working ever since. Jonathan's first short documentary, called Trapline, got selected to the LA Skins Film Festival located in Los Angeles, which is one of the best Indigenous facility film festivals in the United States. Jonathan went back home to Litico to make documentaries and short films about his people and his family. Jonathan made the Denny Drum song for the love of the Denny Drum that is very special to the people of the Denny. The drum represents the heartbeat of the human spirit. The Denny are very connected to the land and to Mother Earth. This documentary is about the connection to the drum. Jonathan Antoine would like to thank his mom, his dad, his brothers, sisters, his nieces and nephews, his friends, and the people of Dehcho for encouraging him to make films. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that it was screened at the 4th Annual Litico Film Festival this past weekend at the Rec Center in Fort Simpson. I've been advised that this event was well attended. Mr. Speaker, I have a list of people that were part of the production of this document, and I'll be asked it to be deemed as read. Mr. Chobe, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nahende. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the family's permission, I'm honored to be able to read the eulogy of a constituent of mine, Chief James Bennett Firth, who passed away on February 14th, 2023. Chief James Bennett Firth was born in Aklavik on August 15th, 1951, to his beloved parents, James Bennett, Ben, and Joanne Firth. James was the eldest son born to them and had 8 siblings, 5 of whom he is survived by. The first few years of his life he spent out on the land at N.W.T with his family. They moved to town when his dad was hired at the local power plant. James was 10 years old and remembers this as a time when his mother had passed away. Being one of the oldest, he helped and cared for his younger siblings. James recalled how the community helped the family with cooking and even remember getting new shoes. James enjoyed packages from his godmother, Elizabeth Kanezi, as she knew what his favorites were, and he fondly remembers his Jiji Alfred would come to check on them at times camped. He attended Peter Warren Dease School in Fort McPherson and Sir Alexander Mackenzie School in Inuvik, where he graduated from high school. He then went on to AVTC and Fort Smith NT training in electronics. James continued training with CN in Edmonton, Alberta, who hired him, and then he moved to Inuvik for a 40-year career with what is now called Northwest Tel. Growing up with sports in school, curling was one he continued for many years, enjoying many bonspiels. While living in Inuvik, James met Verna Hansen in 1972, and they were married in 1976. Together they had 2 children, Bradley and Jacqueline. James and Verna would have 8 grandchildren, each of whom were his pride and joy. James was elected chief of the Inuvik Native Band and held that position for 13 years. He took good care of his people, both the young and the elderly. He would share his harvest with people, and that practice continues on through his son Bradley and his grandchildren. James was a huge part of the negotiations of the Gwich'in Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement in 1992. Together with the negotiation team, they settled one of the largest land claim agreements in Canada. He also served as Vice President of the Gwich'in Tribal Council and was appointed to numerous boards, such as the Gwich'in Development Corporation, Renewable Resource Board, and the Denendeh Investment Incorporated. James was taught by many elders: William Vitricott, Uncles Willie Firth, Johnny D. Charlie, John Edward Snowshoe, and B. Jerome, his grandmother Mops, who all took time to teach him skills for harvesting and surviving on the land. While living in Inuvik, he became very close to the late Emma Dick and her son Richard. He learned from them how to go whaling, and Emma called him the Gwich'in. Last summer, he made his last trip whaling with his grandsons, Jared and William. He made sure Verna always had muktuk to share at Midway Lake Music Festival. James used his skill to mentor many young people by taking them out on the land or giving them a camp to use for their harvesting. His two grandsons were taken out on the trap line since they were very young. Both were recognized with Youth Trapper of the Year awards. His son Bradley now carries the same passion and love for trapping and harvesting from the land. Because of his upbringing and the love for the land, James made sure no one went without. He shared his harvest, he helped many who needed extra help, and as one elder said of James, he shared and provided us food and gave our boys employment to help others. James traveled up the Peel River in the fall for many years to go moose hunting with elders such as the late Amos Francis and Isaac Kniese, and everyone's uncle Abe Stewart. Their harvest was always shared with the community. James took a lot of young people under his wing by providing them with employment, with the business he built. Others he gave the opportunity to go out on the land and learn those skills, and it didn't matter whether they were Inuvialuit or Gwich'in. Also mentioned, something that he said is that I hate that I'm leaving the youth with them being so lost. They don't even know where they come from anymore. I wish I could have been able to help more. He was known for not giving up on anyone, especially those struggling with addictions. It's fitting that James became chief 7 generations later after his late great-grandfather, Vishri Ni-Tsi Tai, who was chief of the Tetlet Gwich'in. Chief James Bennett Firth was a true Dinjiju trapper, hunter, fisherman, and whaler who respected the land, animals he harvested, and shared as his people always have done. On Thanksgiving Day, he had a talk with his children and his grandchildren as his illness progressed. He also sat down with his siblings and gave each of them a job he wanted done for him. He spoke to them about the importance of life and, most importantly, how strong our people are. He encouraged them to remain together, stay strong, and keep moving forward as the young children are following behind us. James' final words, I am grateful for my family. He will be remembered for many years to come, and we as family will continue his life legacy. God bless.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family and community of Fort McPherson as well at this time from a seat. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. So no problem. Member, recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
I needed a moment, Mr. Speaker. After that, I'd like to recognize my husband, who is here with us today. He's traveled down. So my husband, Joseph Karnagarski, thank you.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements, oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in June 2021, I questioned the Minister of ECE about the state of JBT School in Fort Smith. Today, I'm going to carry on with that questioning. At the time, the Minister stated that the last time a technical assessment was done to JBT was in 2005, almost 20 years ago. Can the Minister tell us if a technical assessment of JBT was done in the last 2 years, or if one is planned to be done soon? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last technical status evaluation was 2005. These evaluations are typically done when work is planned to be done on a building. However, there was a building condition assessment completed on JBT by the Department of Infrastructure in August of 2022. These assessments are not as in-depth as the technical status evaluation, but they do provide an overall assessment of the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, in June 2021, the Minister said that the Department of Infrastructure has a database that produces a rating for schools, and JBT was rated 0.52. The Minister said that that was an okay rating. Can the Minister tell us if JBT's rating has changed since then, and to please explain the process for how ratings for schools are actually produced? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that would be the Facility Condition Index rating. And that has increased from 0.52, I believe the member said, to 0.61, which is just a function of its age. This is determined by a database which is managed by the Department of Infrastructure and includes factors in outstanding maintenance required for individual buildings. So if a building needs a lot of work, it will have a higher number. Once that work is done, it could lower the number. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell us, based on current capital needs assessment figures, when does ECE anticipate that JBT School is expected to be replaced? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So earlier in her statement, the member mentioned that back in, I believe it was 2002, it was thought that there'd need to be a replacement sometime around 2015 or 2020, something like that. And clearly we haven't needed that yet. So it's hard for me to put numbers out there, dates out there, when obviously things can change. Right now, based on the information we have, we're looking at 2035, but that could come a lot sooner. It could take longer. You know, Fort Smith we're a college with a trade school, and I think that expertise in trades really has helped those buildings be maintained in excellent condition for many, many years. So I hear it all the time that the Department of Infrastructure does a good job maintaining schools, at least in the regional centers, and I believe that the longevity is a function of that maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, of the 49 schools across the N.W.T, there have been several new school replacements built in multiple communities where their schools are actually younger in age than JBT in Fort Smith. For example, in Yellowknife, the former J.H. Sissons School was only 45 years old when it was demolished and replaced with a brand new school just a couple of years ago. And I'm happy for them. And that school was 20 years younger than JBT. Can the Minister explain what is the necessary criteria to replace a school when the community wants one as soon as possible? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we rely on the Department of Infrastructure and their technical assessments of schools. As well, we have our schools capital standards and criteria document to guide capital planning and space requirements. We look at the need for school infrastructure projects, including new construction, renovations, and upgrading of facilities and equipment. criteria are used to assess and determine needs, while standards describe the amount of space considered adequate to meet those needs. So there's a couple different elements. We need to look at the actual building, the physical building, as well as the rates of utilization, how many students are using the facilities. Thank you.
Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, safety of children while taking student busing transportation is important to all of us, and more so, when it comes to the smaller children who, during the cold winter months, maybe miss their bus stop and not quite sure where they are. So, will the Minister of ECE confirm who is responsible for developing student busing policies? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Education Act lays out the various responsibilities of the department, as well as education, the DECs and DEAs, and so it would be the DEAs who are responsible for developing their own busing policies. However, there's always support available from the regional body or from ECE if it is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sometimes the policies, at least some I've looked at, they're very vague and, they may just be a couple of lines. So will the Minister confirm if a student busing policy lays out the responsibilities of the DEA, busing contractor, students and parents or caregivers, and the N.W.T as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A busing policy can touch on many of those things. It doesn't necessarily have to have all of those things. There are different ways that education bodies go about providing busing. So sometimes there is a contractor, sometimes the bus is owned by the education body. So it really depends on the situation, but I'm sure there's best practices that we would like all the DEAs to follow. And again, the department's always happy to provide any sort of assistance when DEAs want to develop these policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister confirm who is ultimately responsible for the safety of those persons using student busing? Is it the department, the DEA, or the busing contractor? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Safety is everybody's responsibility. And so the busing depending on how things are structured, the busing contractor could be responsible for the safe operation of the bus, the technical status of the bus. Education bodies are responsible for developing the policies, but ultimately the department is responsible for ensuring that education bodies are developing policies in accordance with the legislation. So ultimately the N.W.T is responsible. Whether or not the Act lays out a framework that makes that easy for us to be responsible and puts the authorities in the right places is a different conversation, but that is the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Final supplementary. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister confirm that he will have his department ensure that all DEAs have in place a comprehensive student busing policy that sets out the rules and responsibilities for the DEA, busing contractor, students, parents, or caregivers, and any other, people or things that would be included in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish I could say that I would ensure that DEAs have all the appropriate policies in place, but my authority doesn't allow me to dictate to DEAs which policies they should have in place. We're happy to work with DEAs and encourage them to develop policies. If a DEA doesn't have a busing policy, we can look at other busing policies and provide those as templates. We can outline which policies DEA should have, but ultimately it is up to the DEA. I know that in Hay River, the DEA is working on improving their bus policy, so at least in the members' constituency, that work, from what I understand, is well underway. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know that children who have grown up in a child welfare system are more at risk of being homeless than others. The high numbers of Indigenous children and youth in care relates to the high number of Indigenous youth in the N.W.T seeking housing. Can the minister describe when the department is dealing with the young adults? What types of exceptions are considered to support that person? Does the department recognize the need for flexibility and compassion when providing supports to youth? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that we would always be a compassionate government. Sometimes our own policies and procedures get in the way of that, and recognizing that, we are working to change the income assistance program so that it can be more compassionate, so it is not so rigid. However, as it currently stands, the income assistance program is laid out in regulations, and so it is legislated, so that there is minimal flexibility in many instances. However, when we can be flexible, we are, and I've seen many instances of that happening. Thank you.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Mumfree.
I would not have said compassion if I didn't have a reason. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure our residents have timely access to government supports as they struggle with many challenges. Completing unnecessary paperwork creates difficulty for accessibility. Can the minister advise if there can be advance payment to shelter and utility support to youth who are looking for support? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you. So utility payments are paid to utility providers upon receipt of an invoice. So I don't think there would be advance payments made without that invoice. But if someone needs income assistance, they can go apply for income assistance and they receive it pretty quickly. There's not generally a big period where people are waiting. So I'm not sure what the member is referring to in advance of what, receiving support in advance of what. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfree.
Advance payment to shelters and utilities to people, that's who I'm talking about, to where these young people are staying at, living at, and if it can be part of their income assistance instead of the policy that's in place. That's what I was referring to. So, Mr. Speaker, couch surfing is also homelessness. What support does the Department of ECE provide to help young adults break free of homelessness? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just speaking to the income assistance program, because ECE does much more for young adults than just the income assistance program, ECE will pay for eligible clients' accommodations. So pay really the full cost of rent, the full cost of utilities to someone who needs that service. So that is the assistance that we provide with people who are seeking shelter. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Mumfree. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was almost 4 years ago that this House passed the Public Land Act, a landmark piece of the post-devolution work that truly gave a made-in-the-north approach to how we're going to deal with land. And so my question for the Minister of Lands is, as we approach that 4-year mark, when are we going to bring that piece of legislation into force? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for lands.
Mr. Speaker, when we started the process, we have to work with IGC in that process there. So we're hoping to have it done by the end of this assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping the minister could give us, I'm happy, I really want to see the Public Land Act put into force, and I know that requires phase 1 of the regulations. I was hoping the minister could just update this House a little bit more about what exactly will be brought into force, hopefully by the end of this assembly. to do that, and what has now been put into another assembly for the rest of the regulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for lands.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're working on trying to get all the regulations done. There's been a process working with IGC, the Secretariat as well, and getting Indigenous governments. So we're working with them. In regards to where we are working on, I think, the last part of it. It's, again, we're trying to do it all, and then we're going to take it to the drafting process and that get it done there. So to give them, there's 9 regulations there we're working on. We got 8 done and we're working on that. So I will have to get back to the member on the exact details and timelines on when we expect to have everything done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope all 9 of those regs are done by the end of this assembly. I think that would be a true step in getting the Department of Lands to start some of their other work. First amongst that is the land lease only policy, Mr. Speaker. I know the department has gone out and done a review on the land lease only policy. I'm wondering if the minister could update this House on when he expects to see changes to that policy. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for lands.
Short, Mr. Speaker, we're hoping to have it something here in the House at the end of this session, not this assembly, but the end of this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think first in that policy, I believe the minister shares that people living in communities who've been in a lease for many years would be given the option to own their homes in fee simple. Is that something we can expect to see from the changes to the land lease only policy, Mr. Speaker?
Member for Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to, break the surprise and say that, but this is part of the conversations that we're having. Again, we have to recognize we have 33 different communities, different organizations like i.e. designated authorities, hamlets, and tax-based communities. So we have to look at those as we move forward. So we may or may not be able to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My question is for the Minister of Finance, who seems to have the reins when it comes to telecommunications for this government. The Minister has probably had ample time to review the CRTC decision on cabin radio. Can the Minister tell us whether Cabinet has taken a position on the CRTC decision? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake, Minister responsible for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to be clear, I do not have any reins when it comes to telecommunications. There's a little thing called the Constitution, and the jurisdiction over this is exclusively with the federal government. That said, Mr. Speaker, under the Department of Finance, we do have the Office of the Chief Information Officer. The OCIO does represent us with respect to Northern interests on internet broadband, and we were able to get a bit of information and some support with respect to telecommunications radio, or rather with radio broadcasting. So in that regard, while this isn't going to be a cabinet position, and again, very clearly do not have that constitutional authority, I have indicated, and I will be writing a letter outlining the position, a general position of support to the FM license application that's been put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that excellent explanation. I said in my statement that while I respect the authority of the CRTC, I disagree with their decision in this case. Can the Minister tell us whether Cabinet is going to do anything about this CRTC decision, and if so, what? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
For Frame Lake, Minister responsible for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I don't really have the authority and don't have the authority constitutionally to do anything per se. That said, Mr. Speaker, having the opportunity to raise the issue publicly, as the members doing here, probably is one of the strongest things we can do to get all of the public aware, and they can make their own choices and decisions and participate as members of the public vis-a-vis the federal government in terms of raising the voices from the North. As I've indicated, we certainly can write in general with respect to this decision, keeping in mind that it is it is a decision by an administrative body, and that does put some obligation to be respectful, given that we are, again, also a level of government that is not directly responsible. But having this conversation here, again, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot that members of the public may want to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. I spoke on the lack of N.W.T representation on the CRTC. There's an Alberta N.W.T Commissioner in name only. The Commission's enabling legislation provides for a board of up to 13 members. There are currently 9, 1 vacancy. Can the Minister tell us what action, if any, has this Cabinet taken about nominating individuals or changing the composition or appointment requirements for the CRTC? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am also aware of the appointments to the CRTC insofar as they are known on the internet. The federal government does not have an obligation to come to me with respect to their decisions over who they appoint. They are appointments done by the Canadian Heritage Minister, federal Canadian Heritage Minister. So again, they're 5-year appointments. It may well be that it's an opportunity to put forward some names if people in the Northwest Territories are interested in this area. Would certainly be interested in hearing from them or hearing about them, but again, it's an appointment made by a federal minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Glad that the Minister offered a free advertisement there for people interested in the CRTC and that Cabinet's willing to maybe even nominate some people. That's great. So when this subject was last raised in this House a couple of weeks ago, the Minister committed to write a letter to, quote, comment upon or to express some concern around this decision, end of quote. So I think the Minister said that she hasn't written the letter, but can the Minister actually confirm that she does intend to write this letter? And will she commit to table it in the House before we break on March 9th? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department, I do have a draft letter that we are working on. It will be ready, I think, probably by the end of today or tomorrow. I am mindful again that this is a federal adjudicative body that has made a adjudicative decision whether or not we may now agree with it, and so in my role I do want to be conscious of what I comment upon and how I do so. When I've made that determination, I'd certainly be, if it's appropriate, happy to table it or at the very least to share it with members confidentially. But again, this is a good opportunity to let members of the public more broadly know that they certainly can also lend their voices if they may choose to do so, depending upon how they feel about the matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment in regards to the Early Childhood Infrastructure Fund. Currently, the fund is set at $1 million every year, and I'm wondering if there is a plan to increase this fund given ECE's current childcare goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No one would like to see this fund increased more than myself. I could take a win right now, but I don't have $1 million in my back pocket. The budget is, it's before committee right now, and so the member is aware of what the budget for this upcoming year is, and it will be $1 million. In the future, I'm sure the budget will increase, but it is not in the immediate future. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during a March 2022 public hearing on the Standing Committee, or with the Standing Committee on Social Development, the Minister and staff stated that increases to the fund would be made in, quote, considerations for project going forward based on need. So I'm wondering if the fund isn't intended to increase, how potentially would the Minister be able to accomplish this based on need, and what would be used as determinants of need? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is one avenue that that organizations can pursue to get new childcare infrastructure or assist with that. Indigenous governments also have their own childcare agreements with the federal government, and so there could be funds through there. The Early Childhood Infrastructure Fund is proposal-based, and so proposals vary widely in terms of what they're proposing, the cost of what they're proposing. But what the fund is intended to do is support more spaces. So adding spaces to existing programs or creating new spaces. We look at communities where there is established demand, such as Yellowknife. We also look at communities with no childcare to ensure that there is equitable access. The proposals need to demonstrate a need for the early learning and childcare in their community. There must also be a plan for the delivery of a licensed program once it becomes operational. It's not just we want a building. The department also needs to see a plan for once that building is in use. Thank you.
Minister, oral questions, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, based on the high demand of childcare in some communities, I'm wondering if this fund, if it is able to provide full funding to some programs based on what is left in the pot, or if the Department of Education has a maximum of what they're prepared to provide to child care centres. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I might have missed the question, but we have $1 million in the fund, and based on the programs that apply, that's how we make a determination. So sometimes there may only be a few programs that actually qualify based on the proposal, and so those programs, as we've seen in the past, can get some significant amounts of funding. And I apologize if I missed the member statement. I will say that we have also overspent. I believe we spent $1.28 million last year on this because there was a number of good proposals and there was a demonstrated need that we wanted to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my previous question was in regards to whether or not the fund can fund an entire project or if it can only fund a portion of a project. Bless you. But my next question, and if the minister is able to answer that, great. And the reason that I asked this is that in my statement I also talked about the Yellowknife Daycare Association, who paid just over $4 million before the pandemic, before inflation, before the higher cost of building in the Northwest Territories, for 104 spaces. If the goal of ECE is to create 300 new spaces, the $1 million absolutely won't cut it, and I appreciate the minister acknowledging that he too would like to see an increase in this fund. And so my concern is that if, for some communities who don't have the ability to go out and do some own source revenues, if daycare centers are kind of being dictated what their increases can be, there's some concern about how they're going to turn around and pay for potentially really high cost of building infrastructure spaces. And so I'm wondering if the N.W.T is expecting to plan for some investment or some infrastructure increases within the child care agreement through the federal government going forward to address this huge infrastructure deficit and this need in the territory. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you. So every time we speak to the federal government, we talk about the cost of infrastructure in the Northwest Territories. I think that we're all aware of the cost, but when we speak to federal officials and politicians, it's clear that they're often taken aback by the cost. So we do our best at the officials level, at the political level, to hammer home the reality of the cost in the north and the changes we've seen over the past few years. We've seen costs double, triple, and even more than that. So we are working with the feds on this. We are doing our best to look at what we have internally and how we can best use that, and at the same time looking for additional resources from the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, written questions, returns to written questions, member, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I have a return to written question 55-19-2 asked by the member for Frame Lake on February 7th, 2023 to the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources regarding public access to forestry decisions and decision making. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returns to written questions, replies to Commissioner's address, petitions. Reports of committees on a review of bills. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 65, Builders Lien Act. Bill 65 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on November 3rd, 2022, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. On January 18th, 2023, the committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Justice and expressed concerns with the bill, including the level of consultation completed prior to introduction of the bill. Following the public hearing, the Government House Leader requested that committee seek an extension on the review period for Bill 65. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Rule 8.3(2) of the Rules of the Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Great Slave, that the review period for Bill 65, Builders Lien Act, be extended by 120 days. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for N.W.T Twin Lakes, that the review period for Bill 65, Builders Lien Act, be extended by 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Reports of committees on a review of bills. Reports of committees on a review of bills. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 66, an act to amend the Property Assessment and Taxation Act, as ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North. Reports of committees on a review of bills. Reports of committees on a review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its interim report on Bill 65, Builders Lien Act, and commends it to the House. Introduction. Bill 65, Builders Lien Act, was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review on November 3rd, 2022. A plain language summary for Bill 65 was tabled on the same day. The sponsoring department for Bill 65 is the Department of Justice. During committee's review and public hearing on Bill 65, inquiries focused on applying the Builders Lien Act to the government of the Northwest Territories, Indigenous governments, and municipalities, including questions on how provisions related to lands owned by those entities would work. Committee had already raised concerns and considered amendments to the proposed legislation, particularly concerning types of land subject to the bill and N.W.T's engagement with Indigenous and municipal governments in developing the bill. During the public hearing on January 18, 2023, committee expressed concerns regarding the level of consultation done by the department prior to the introduction of Bill 65. During the same hearing, the Minister of Justice committed to working with committee, doing further engagement, and improving the bill. Following the public hearing, the Government House Leader requested that committee seek an extension of the review period under Rule 8.3(2) to allow the department time to engage in discussions with Indigenous governments, municipalities, and industry about committee's concerns. The purpose of Bill 65 is to modernize the Northwest Territories lien legislation as it concerns construction. The existing Mechanics Lien Act has not changed substantially in over 100 years. Since then, practices and contractual arrangements in construction and real property development have changed considerably and continue to evolve. At the core of this legislation lies the intent to ensure that contractors and subcontractors are paid for the work and materials they have provided. The Builders Lien legislation would also regulate the way payments are made in the construction industry and protect the participants in a construction project against the failure of others to pay for the work and materials provided. Several Canadian jurisdictions have also updated their Builders Lien legislation, including Ontario in 2019, British Columbia in 2020, and Alberta in 2022. Bill 65 applies to activities involving the creation, repair, or alteration of an improvement to land or alteration of the land itself. This includes buildings and structures above and below ground and could consist of culverts, driveways, utility lines, pipelines, excavations, and nearly all active modification of the surface and subsurface of the land, including demolition or removal of structures. Bill 65 updates the law governing construction in the Northwest Territories by clarifying who is entitled to claim a lien, including workers, extending timelines to preserve and perfect a claim, allowing annual and phased holdback amounts, requiring a certificate of substantial performance, providing rights to certain information, and including regulation-making provisions. Committee considerations. Committee reviewed Bill 65 and found there is room for changes or clarification in the following areas: ensuring the GNWT is bound, ensuring that Bill 65 treats all governments equally, ensuring that land, resources, and self-government agreements prevail where there is conflict or inconsistency, exempting 3 categories of land from sale and seizure: public lands and lands owned by agencies on behalf of the Government of the Northwest Territories, settlement lands, and municipal lands. Considering that lands withdrawn from disposition for the purpose of pending treaties also be exempt from seizure and sale. In the initial review, committee perceived that GNWT did not give enough consideration to the thought that settlement lands may not be sold. Members found that any sale of lands requires recognition of the land for a heightened sensitivity in the analysis and preparation of legislation. Committee included Indigenous governments and organizations in the initial review during the engagement period. However, committee did not receive submissions. Members see it as necessary to have communication on Bill 65 going directly to Indigenous governments. Committee members determined that Indigenous governments and communities, as well as industry, might have an opportunity to provide input. Conclusion. Committee decided to wait for the outcome of the department's consultation before taking a final view on any amendments to Bill 65. Committee is willing to work collaboratively with the department and looks forward to considering the results and recommendations from the department's engagement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking too fast even for myself. I move, seconded by the member for N.W.T Twin Lakes, that Committee Report 41-19, brackets 2, Standing Committee on Social Development Interim Report on the review of Bill 65, Builders Lien Act, be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Bill 65 has been adopted by the Assembly. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report on Bill 66, an act to amend the Property Assessment and Taxation Act, and commends it to the House. I have 4 pages to read today, Mr. Speaker. Bill 66, an act to amend the Property Assessment and Taxation Act, received second reading on November 3rd, 2022, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations for review. Bill 66 makes changes to the Property Assessment and Taxation Act. These changes address known issues specific to the assessment side of the Act, based on suggestions from stakeholders to the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs. Specifically, Bill 66 streamlines certain administrative and operational processes to make things more efficient without changing the overall intent of the Act, clarifies and modernizes terminology, and ensures the legislative framework supports a fairer, more effective system. Bill 66 is the first of 2 planned pieces of legislation to amend the Act. Phase 2 will deal with more complex taxation and authorities issues. Public comments from MACA appear to imply that a second bill will not come forward until the 20th Assembly. Committee is disappointed with this apparent delay, as MACA had previously committed to bringing forward a second bill in the life of the 19th Assembly. The Act, which has not been comprehensively reviewed since it was first passed in 1988, urgently requires modernization. Committee hopes MACA will prioritize the second bill and bring it forward as soon as possible. Committee considered public input. Committee sought public feedback on Bill 66 with a public notice and target engagement letters. Committee received written submissions from the Northwest Territories Association for Communities and the Northwest Territories Métis Nation. All written submissions are included in an appendix to this report. Committee also held a public review of Bill 66 on January 23, 2023. At that meeting, committee heard remarks from the Minister of MACA, asked questions to departmental officials, and received oral comments from the N.W.T and N.W.T.MN. Committee thanks the N.W.T.and N.W.T.MN for their engagement. Their participation helped committee identify amendments to improve the bill and highlighted other key issues for future consideration. Committee also wishes to highlight a concern raised by the N.W.T. Métis Nation. The N.W.T.MN indicated that they have asked for discussions with the government of the Northwest Territories to amend the Act to exempt Indigenous Métis rights-based cabins from taxation. However, the N.W.T.MN reports that discussions have not taken place. Committee strongly encourages the Department to engage with all Indigenous governments on Phase 2 changes to the Act. Committee amended 3 clauses, requiring tribunal decisions within 3 months. Clause 18 of Bill 66 proposed an operational change so appeals would be resolved in a timelier manner. Specifically, the clause would have required the Assessment of Appeals Tribunal to sit within 3 months of the Territorial Board of Revision's decision. Committee wanted to see this clause go further. While the clause set a time limit for the tribunal to sit, it did not set a time frame for the tribunal to render a decision. The clause also falls short of the NWTAC's advocacy on the issue. NWTAC Resolution 2198-12 urges that the tribunal be granted a period of no more than 6 months from the time of the deadline of appeals, during it must rule on said appeals. Committee sought an amendment that would reflect the NWTAC's resolution. MACA accepted this request, drafting a motion to drop Clause 18 of the Bill 66 and add a subclause 19.1 to the bill. The new subclause requires the tribunal to make a decision within 3 months of receiving a notice of appeal. Committee was satisfied with the changes and agreed to pass the amending motion at clause-by-clause review. Publishing ministerial orders that vary timelines. Section 112 of the existing Act allows the minister to vary any deadline with an order. 2 of the new deadlines introduced in the amended Bill 66 are: 1. The Territorial Board of Revision must give a decision by March 31st on complaints in the previous 12 months. And 2. The Assessment Appeals Tribunal must give a decision within 3 months of receiving a notice of appeal. Committee was concerned that the ministerial orders to vary these deadlines may not be sufficiently transparent to the public. The existing Act does not expressly require variation orders to be public, though they are registered and published in the next monthly issue of the Northwest Territories Gazette, which is publicly available. Committee sought an amendment to require variation orders to be made public without delay. MACA accepted this request and drafted a corresponding motion. The motion split Section 112 into 2 subsections. Section 112 sub 1 retained the language of the existing Section 112. Subsection 112 sub 2 required any variation order to be published on the Department's website within 5 days. Committee was satisfied with the amendment and approved the motion at the clause-by-clause review. Requiring public approval for purchases by municipal council members, officers, and employees. Clause 22 of Bill 66 reverses the current ban on council members, officers, and employees in the 6 municipal taxing authorities to purchase taxable property offered for sale at a municipal public auction. While supporting the intent of Clause 22, the NWTAC explained that more detail in the clause would be beneficial. The NWTAC was concerned that municipalities may have difficulty interpreting the clause as it was drafted. Committee sought an amendment to Clause 22 to specify what it means for the Council to provide prior approval for a purchase. Committee wanted to ensure that the Council's decision to approve would be made public and the Council had more legislative guidance when granting approval. MACA accepted Committee's request and drafted a motion to amend. The amendment added subclause 97.8 brackets 1.1, which requires Council's approval to be made by resolution and to be recorded in the minutes of the meeting to which the approval was given. Committee was satisfied that this addition provided sufficient legislative guidance to municipalities and agreed to pass the motion with the amendment. Committee believes these requirements for public processes will support municipalities in managing the risk of potential conflicts of interest. Further building on the NWTAC's feedback, Committee asked that MACA commit to developing a guidance document covering council approval for purchases by municipal employees. Such a guidance document should include the options and best practices available to municipalities to address the potential for conflict of interest. MACA should consult the NWTAC in this work. Committee scrutinized Board of Revision timeline. Clause 15 of Bill 66 would require the Territorial Board of Revision to give a decision by March 31st on complaints in the previous 12 months. Committee was concerned about unworkable timelines. For example, if a complaint was made in mid or late March, the Board of Revision would only have a couple of weeks or days to give a decision. Committee considered putting forward an amendment that would define that deadline based on equal wait time. MACA provided committee with further explanation on the choice for March 31st deadline. The assessment roll is generally finalized in October. Afterwards, there is a certain amount of time for ratepayers to make complaints. Then the roll needs to be revised. MACA projected that in the vast majority of cases, the notice of assessment is provided by February 15th, and in most cases earlier than that. That provides enough time for the Board of Revision to give a decision by March 31st. The Board of Revision also only meets once per year. MACA wanted to avoid convening multiple meetings. The March 31st date also ensures complaints are decided on within the same fiscal year, averting an impact on the property taxes a municipality can collect in the next fiscal year. Finally, MACA pointed out that if the March 31st deadline is not workable, Section 112 of the existing Act allows the Minister to vary the date. The committee accepted the Department's explanation, but brought forward and improved an amendment to ensure that in the rare occasions that the Minister varies the deadline, the order would be made public without delay. Conclusion. On February 13th, 2023, Committee held a clause-by-clause review. Committee passed a motion to report Bill 66 as amended to the Legislative Assembly as ready for consideration in the Committee of the Whole. This concludes the Standing Committee of Government Operations review of Bill 66. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for the Thabasca, that committee report on 42-19-2, report on Bill 66, an act to amend the Property Assessment and Taxation Act, be received by the Assembly and referred to Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill Committee Report 66 has been received and will be moved into Committee of the Whole for further consideration. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 4 documents. Government of the Northwest Territories Response to Committee Report 37-19(2), Report on the Office of the Auditor General's Audit on Prevention and Recovery Services. Addictions Prevention and Recovery Services Work Plan 2022 to 2024. Follow-up letter for oral question 1319-19(2), Registered Nurses Licensing Process. And follow-up letter for oral question 1385-19(2), Midwifery Program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document. Follow-up letter for oral question 1341-19(2), Civil Forfeiture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Worker Safety Compensation Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table the following 2 documents. Annual Report 2018 Workers Advisory Office Towards Recovery and Workers Advisory Office Northwest Territories N.W.T 2022 Annual Report. Must seat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 3 documents. Waste Reduction and Recovery Program 2021-2022 Annual Report. Information for return to written question 55-19(2), Public Access to Forestry Decisions and Decision Making, and follow-up letter for oral questions 1338-192, Brackets 2, Outfitters Licensing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, a Government of Northwest Territories response to Committee Report 33-19(2), report on the review of Bill 52, which is the elevators in Lifta. Kuyanani, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for. Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents, tabling of documents. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table a document entitled Early Learning and Childcare in Canada, Where Have We Come and Where Are We Going? Published by the Institute for Research on Public Policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Tabling of documents, tabling of documents. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I wish to table the following 5 documents: Mineral Resources Act regulations, targeted engagement with mining industry presentations, date range 2021, July 8th to 2022, January 13. Mineral Resources, number 2, Mineral Resources Act regulations, targeted engagement with mining industry presentations, date range January 26, 2022, February 23rd, 2022. Number 3, Mineral Resources Act regulations, targeted engagement with mining industry presentations, date range February 18th, 2022 to May 17th, 2022. Number 4, Mineral Resources Act regulations, targeted engagement with mining industry presentations, date range September 9, 2022 to November 28, 29, 2022. Number 5, Mr. Speaker, Yukon New Minerals Legislation Discussion Paper dated February 2023. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Tabling of documents, tabling of documents. Notices of motion, notices of motion. Motions, motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration and committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Bill 23, 29, and 61. Committee report 40-19 brackets 2. Minister's statement 264-19 brackets 2. Table document 681-19 brackets 2. Table document 694-19 brackets 2. And table document 813-19 brackets 2 with member for Nivik Twin Lakes signature.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Committee wishes to consider table document 813-19 brackets 2, 2023-2024 main estimates, industry, tourism and investment, and executive and indigenous affairs. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you, committee. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee will take a short recess. I'll now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we are going to continue with the main estimates, the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, and we're going to continue on at Tourism and Parks, beginning on page 238 with information items on page 239 to 241. Oh, sorry, I better ask the minister if she has witnesses. Sergeant Arms, please escort your witnesses in. All right. Minister, will you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on my left is Pamela Strand, Deputy Minister, and on my right is Nina Salvador, the Director of Finance.
Thank you. And like I said before, we are on pages 239 to 241, Tourism and Parks. Are there any questions from members? Are there no questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I know that there was some fanfare made about how some NGO funding was increased in the budget, and I'm just wondering, I'm looking at page 239, grants, contributions, and can the minister tell us whether any of the grants and contributions were increased as a result of forced growth? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there's one increase on this in this area. It is with respect to N.W.T tourism.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So the N.W.T tourism doesn't actually show funding for N.W.T tourism here, unless I'm misreading this, but is that the tourism industry contribution? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me turn that to the Deputy Minister just to point to which line item it'll be under, please.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Strand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the N.W.T tourism contribution sits on our grants and contributions under tourism industry contribution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The Visitor Information Center line here, can the minister tell us which visitor information centers are supported? And it doesn't look like there's any changes there. I just want to confirm that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I certainly could provide a list. There's the Delta Visitor Center, Western Arctic Regional Visitor Center, Village of Fort Simpson, Yellowknife, Norman Wells, and in the South Slave, the 60th parallel. And if I can certainly provide more detail, perhaps by breakdown in writing. That might be easier. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think there was some one-time CanNor funding or something that was flowed through to the city of Yellowknife in a previous year, or am I getting confused? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There certainly are funds from CanNor that do come through at various points for various initiatives. Let me see if the Deputy Minister can speak to whether she knows what they may have funded for the city of Yellowknife.
Deputy Minister?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we have been funding as well as CanNor on I believe a 3-year basis for the Yellowknife Visitors Information Center. I will let you know that this is the last year that we have that extra top-up funding in our budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, yeah, I think we can probably expect tourism to continue to pick up over the next year with the pandemic basically finally winding down. Where are we going with this stuff? It looks like the only increase in funding here is to N.W.T tourism. How are we going to support folks moving forward? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I certainly also hope that tourism continues to move forward. Right now, there is, N.W.T Tourism does do the lion's share, really, of all of our marketing. That was divested to them some years ago as being a specialty area that they can focus on. There is Northwest Territories Tourism 2025 still in play right now, which is still being implemented, and there's funding for its implementation, and there's quite a number of funding programs still here for incomers to the industry. So, and the funding has continued to increase with respect to the implementation of T 2025. So, really, I think probably you would hear almost anyone, any department, any program might say they want more money, but at this point, they are receiving what was planned for in terms of implementing the T 2025 program, which ensures that the funding is flowing in an organized fashion, and for this coming fiscal, $364,000. So hopeful that will indeed be more than adequate for this year to keep them moving forward, and seeing hopefully a return on the private sector revenue side as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I don't have anything further on this activity. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is around hotel rooms, et cetera, in kind of a little bit not budgety, but I think something that really should be aware of is it's come to my attention recently that a lot of the hotel rooms are quite full, and that people are struggling to find accommodations, particularly if the accommodation needs to be booked in a short time frame. And so I guess that really comes back to, I know that some of that space is being taken up by contract workers, et cetera. So I'm just wondering, has the minister or the department had any further conversations with the city of Yellowknife around allowing camps, et cetera, in camp to then free up some of our hotel rooms for tourism? I guess the reason I ask this is that we have in the past had to turn down cold weather testing as a result of not having enough spaces in the hotels. So if the minister could speak to how do we deal with our hotel capacity issue, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's certainly an excellent question. It's one I'm familiar with, really, as happening to be also a Yellowknife MLA. What I'd suggest at this point, given that that's, there's city, I understand there's some city bylaw challenges potentially, and obviously just the overall housing spectrum that is at issue in terms of understanding different needs. ITI can go back and have a conversation with N.W.T Tourism and the city, and I can certainly commit that we'll make a point of doing that with a focus on increasing the availability of appropriate accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think another, just to further make a little bit more points or comments around that, is that also one of the issues that I hear around having construction camps and mining and other industry around is sort of the byproduct of the partying, et cetera, that may come from some of the workers that do come into town. So another point there for pushing for camps is that in a camp situation, the camp can regulate workers returning to the camp in the evening, therefore limiting the amounts of alcohol that they can consume, and then be, creating trouble in our downtown core. So just more of a comment around that and why I think it's really important that we start to explore allowing those camps within the city limits. My next question, though, is more related to what the minister can actually answer, which is around the pandemic relief programs. And I know now we've lost a couple of them over the last 2 years, and there was one that is sunsetting now, which is the Restart Investment Program. Can the minister or the department speak a bit to where is the federal government going with this? I know that there was a huge conversation as COVID hit around how do we restart tourism in Canada in general, and some things around tourism travel grants for for travelers, that kind of thing. So I'm just wondering if the minister could speak a bit to any future federal contributions that are being spoken about, and what are the federal government doing to restart our tourism economy? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there was a federal provincial territorial meeting just not that long ago in Vancouver, and it certainly, I think, was reflective that the experience across much of Canada is similar to ours, which is we're seeing a return to some degree, but also acknowledging that a lot of the operators are not uniformly back to where they were and necessarily uniformly back to being in a position to welcome back the tourists who do seem to be coming back in terms of the demand. So there is still some disconnect in that respect. We're not alone in experiencing that. As far as new money from the federal government, I can say that the impression that we had quite clearly was that there was not a whole lot of new federal money coming in the budget for tourism or for sort of post-COVID relief. Which is not to say that there can't be ways of finding funding for whether it's training, labor market supports, other ways by which the industry might benefit. There certainly is an interest in Indigenous tourism. There is an interest in looking at more rural opportunities for tourism product in terms of, again, the kinds of experiences that tourists seem to be looking for. So hopefully we can see ourselves reflected in that, and reflected in that in a northern way, and not only in a way that is dictated from elsewhere. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and that plays really nicely into my next area of conversation around different forms of tourism. I recently had the opportunity to attend the GROW N.W.T conference, which was the agricultural conference that was hosted by the Territorial Agri Association last week. It was fantastic, and through that there was a lot more conversation around ecotourism, agritourism. I think there's a real opportunity for that Southerners would find it quite interesting to see how does the North feed itself, and when we do get to a stage where we have innovative greenhouses and such, which we do. I mean, the N.W.T greenhouse is pretty fantastic. So can the minister speak a bit to whether there is opportunities for tourism in that area, and anything that might be coming down the line there? And the reason I bring it up is that it seems like there might be more money for agricultural investment at this point from the federal government versus tourism. So is there a way that we can be creative to lobby or leverage that agricultural money into a tourism sector as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I can convey just briefly a conversation I had actually with the executive director at that same conference, which is with some of the products that they are putting out and looking at the entire food value chain from growing to production. I actually asked, why are we not having more foodie tours? I had much the same reaction, to be quite honest, given the wealth and the variety of things available in the North, a lot of them very unique, kind of gourmet, foraging. So I completely agreed. N.W.T tourism was represented at the Agri-Grow conference that took place last week. And I would just note, one, there are some initiatives that are starting up in terms of the partnering between the Agriculture Association and N.W.T tourism. There's a company out in Vancouver, let me get the Deputy Minister to speak to that briefly, because she'll have it right.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Strand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it's with Sun Given Foods, which is a fairly large grocery chain in Vancouver, partnering with N.W.T Tourism to raise awareness about the North and the opportunities here. So although it's not a foodie tour, it still is ties to more on the food side of the tourism sector. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm really excited to hear that. I can think it would be an amazing opportunity to offer, go berry picking with an elder when we have people coming into the North. And as well, too, just all the mental health advantages of growing our own food and working with the earth and et cetera. So I'm really happy to hear that. I guess I just want to come back to something we talked about before the pandemic took over our lives, and that was the lack of anything around in the downtown core in the winter months when we do have the Aurora tourists, you often would see them sort of wandering around downtown, kind of looking for things to do. I do recognize that the Yellowknife Visitor Center is now up and running and have yet myself to get in there and plan to soon. However, can the minister, the department speak a bit more about, is there a plan to start hiring or having sort of almost showcasing artists or cultural exhibitions and such on a more frequent basis, just on a very small scale around the downtown in order to provide something for our tourists to do on the offset hours? And even around that could then be some arts markets and such. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that probably is, the answer there is probably going to have to look as much to the arts funding that is being proposed in the main estimates here as much as it is to tourism programming. But again, as I had indicated earlier when I made a commitment that I will go back to N.W.T tourism around accommodation issues and what work they may be doing, perhaps I'll add to that list, and I no doubt am due for a touch base with them, that we can speak specifically about what we can do to increase access to the arts sector as well. And again, they are funded to support tourism broadly across the Northwest Territories. There's art funding to support artists across the territories. Maybe there are ways to take advantage and combine those things together. So I'll add that to a list, and I'll add the agritourism to that same list. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, and I appreciate having the 40 seconds left so I can ask one more question. So then I guess my last question is around the community tourism infrastructure. I look at that and we have seen a few changes, and I know that we had an influx during the pandemic when I was sitting in that seat just to keep some money going into communities while building things like kitchen shelters, that sort of thing. I'm glad we're up $100,000 from last year, but $100,000 does not go very far when it comes to trying to build anything in the communities. Can the minister speak to, are there other access or funding pots that communities can access for this infrastructure or put together? And do we anticipate seeing a larger demand than we have the money for, and is more money coming? Thank you.
Thank you. The minister, if you can answer that shortly. If it's longer, maybe you could provide it in writing to the committee or to the member. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would certainly be happy to provide a list to committee of all the tourism funding available. There are quite a number of pots. I do have a detailed note here that lists them all with the amounts, and that probably is the most effective way of putting that forward. And I would just otherwise give one quick note, which is to say CanNor does often come in, and we are able to work with them when there's particular funding shortages for communities, or to connect communities directly to CanNor so they can go to them. So wouldn't want to not give them that thank you where it's available. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we'll get that to AS. Okay, thank you. All right. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I saw that there's some engagement and a land use permit going in to expand the parking when you get to the end of Tibbet Lake at the end of the Ingham Trail. Happy to see that. Happy to see that the signage has been added. I'm just hoping the minister can clarify whether that's ITI or infrastructure money or operations or capital money, where exactly that money is coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the signage is a shared initiative with ENR, ITI, and infrastructure. I believe that we are responsible for the parking. No, I'm wrong. I think that's, let me see what the Deputy Minister has to say. I was going to say.
Deputy Minister Strachan.
Madam Chair, that is infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Well, I'll save questions on that for infrastructure. I guess I'm going to try one more attempt, my last in this assembly, probably at winter camping. I know there's many different ways this could look. I want to perhaps point out one of the cheapest ways is I saw the town of Fort Smith recently partnered with the Salt River First Nation and is running a number of on-the-land camping expeditions, which are available to everyone who wants to go on them. And there's a number of elders participating, and it's kind of a training exercise. And I think this kind of, bridges the gap. It's kind of something ENR would typically run, perhaps even EC&E. But I'm just wondering, ITI has a lot of park staff who Obviously, some of their work winds down during the winter. Whether that's something ITI would explore, offering that type of kind of camping programming in the winter. And perhaps using some of our territorial parks, or perhaps just doing it on general public land. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if there is an operator in the North Slave area that is interested in running winter camping, we would love to hear from them. There is going to be a whole list of funding opportunities that I'll be sharing with MLAs after today to give opportunity for potential operators to access funds to open their winter camping opportunity. The costs to the department when we ran just 2 extra weeks back in 2020 was well over $200,000, and largely because of the costs of the contractors. Now that is across all of the regions that were participating in that pilot back a couple of years ago. But there was very low uptake, very high costs, and it literally was to pay for the contractors. So if there's a private sector party that wants to get involved in this area, please, as I said, there's going to be a lot of opportunity for funding that they can apply for and hopefully participate in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Chair, I guess just a bit of a comment. There is a couple private sector operators who are now at multiple years waiting for a response on their commercial lease applications to open some cabins and potentially rent them out. There's also multiple people who have expressed to me that if they were allowed to rent out for any commercial purposes their cabins, that they would gladly do that. So perhaps just the minister could have a conversation with their colleague at the Department of Lands and see what barriers exist in regulation and or in accessing leases to offer some sort of winter camping. Because I know it's hard. You can't just, there's no building presently that exists where you legally can do that. You have to go get a commercial lease application, which seems to not be happening. So I guess in the form of a question, is the department willing to kind of talk with Lands and get an update on where they are at in some of their outstanding issues in this area? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's been said before, there have been regular meetings with the LNR departments, Lands, ENR, or now ECC and ITI, and I can certainly suggest that we put this on our shared agenda.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under Tourism and Parks? Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is the extension of hours within the parks. At Queen Elizabeth Park, they close on September the 1st, and not this past year, but the year before, we didn't have snow till November the 3rd, and we had warm weather until almost the end of October. So I'm not asking that it open till the end of October, but at least till the end of September. It's really important that we encourage more tourism. We encourage people to use our parks as much as possible, and I'm just wondering how the minister feels on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance, or Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so as I've said I think to the last round of questions, I certainly in general would be happy to see more usage of the parks and more tourism opportunities. The challenge is ensuring that the contractors who run the parks are available firstly, and it may not, that they are prepared to undertake whatever the asks are, and there then has to be sufficient occupancy and incoming revenue to make some business case for it. It probably will not fully offset the costs to the department to keep the parks open. But if it could at least come close, then we could get to a place of being able to propose or request the budget. So I understand that as of for this coming season, the Queen Elizabeth Park will be open till September 15th. And perhaps what we'll do is look at what the rate of occupancy is with a view to determining if there's an opportunity to keep it open further based on that, the occupancy and the costs of doing so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
During your recent discussion about the Visitor Information Center, so Fort Smith doesn't get funded for a Visitor Information Center? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think that is correct. I was going to try and just pull my list up again, but my understanding, again, is that it's the Town and Parks Canada that are filling that, and the 60th Parallel Visitor Information Centre is currently the one that is receiving funding in the South Slave region. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha?
So Fort Smith doesn't get funding for a visitor information center. It's probably the warmest community and the garden capital of the Northwest Territories, and has all these different events and a lot of tourists that go there, and we don't fund a visitor information center for Fort Smith. I mean, going under the auspices of Parks Canada is not sufficient. I'd like to know what the criteria would be for Fort Smith to get some funding for a visitor information center, whether it be run by either one, the Salt River First Nation or the Fort Smith Métis Nation. So we have an Indigenous content to the Visitor Information Center. We always had one, and I'm going to speak about that in the next question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, not every community or every area necessarily has a visitor information center, and not every visitor information center is necessarily funded or operated by ITI. But I'll certainly commit to getting, as I said, what that criteria might look like, what by what determination there are just different gradient of funding that goes to visitor information centers. I can say that there certainly are asks that have come in from the town of Fort Smith and have received various funds on a project basis to support often. So for instance, our Mission Campground or Mission Park rather, and that continues to be an option, but I'll get a bit more information for the member with respect specifically to visitor operations centers or visitor information centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha?
So, Madam Chair, Conibear Park used to have a visitor information center, and it was burnt down. It caught fire and was burnt. It was during the winter. And since that happened, there's no been any centralized visitor information center in that park. That park was donated by a family to the town of Fort Smith, and it had a kind of a log structure. And I just want to mention to the Minister, Madam Chair, that I'd like to see an erection of a visitor information center within that park, along with a stage that they used to have many years ago. Since that left, we haven't had that in the community. We're supposed to be promoting these parks and these central areas for visitors and for the people of the community and surrounding communities, and I'd like them to examine that if possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Deputy Minister was actually quite recently in Fort Smith, and perhaps I'll just, rather than me speak for her, have her speak to just whatever conversations briefly she might have had. I don't know that there is a specific ask from the town to us just yet, but I'll turn it to her for just some particular detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Strand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I was able to meet with the town of Fort Smith on a number of items. Conibear Park is also, we know, a high priority for the town, and we are there to help as a lead on developing that project. So we also hope that they can move forward on it. Another interest of the town was Mission Park as well, and what that can offer to the community. So that's one that we will also be re-engaging on with all of the interested parties. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
The last question I have is the utilization of the new conference center in Fort Smith. Both the new Salt River First Nation Conference Center and the Fort Smith Métis Nation Building Conference Center. One is a bit older, one is a newer one, but I'd like to ensure that the department starts having some conferences, the smaller conferences held in some of these buildings that are owned by Indigenous people, groups in Fort Smith. We're always saying that we're going to encourage Indigenous involvement in conferences and ownership. And I don't see very many conferences being held there that are held by the government. In fact, when they phone up, they say, oh, that's too much, and they want to go somewhere else to have their conference. I think that is not okay. I'm sure they pay a good buck when they go to the Chateau Nova or the Explorer. So I'm just saying that we have to start encouraging our own Indigenous groups. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, completely agree. There is the Tourism N.W.T. Conference Bureau that sits within N.W.T. Tourism. What I'd suggest is perhaps ensuring that there's a more direct connection between the Conference Bureau, which admittedly was not seeing a significant amount of incoming conferences here during COVID, but is back to work now and looking forward. So perhaps making sure that they can confirm with me again on my list of things I want to talk to them about, that they have a direct liaison to the town of Fort Smith and to the facilities that are there. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
One last comment. My last comment is I want to thank the Deputy Minister for visiting Fort Smith. All the leaders that she approached and went to visit were very, very pleased with her visit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions or comments for Parks and Tourism and Parks? Member from Montfouet.
Thank you. Okay. I know they started this before me because I wasn't here the last week, Thursday. I just wanted to ask here, tourism industry contribution. So I just want to ask the minister, how much of this is being spent in Clecho region?
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have 21-22 actuals here, and I can provide that as a one-page summary to the member. Perhaps that might be the easiest. Right now, the breakdown that I have is by the administrative regions of the Government of the Northwest Territories and not necessarily relating to individual members' ridings. So, as I say, I can provide a two-page summary here to members, and then we'll try and see if we can provide that in more greater detail at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Montfouet.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's why it's really important to have Clecho region, so that way we know how much money is being spent and what are we doing with program and services. So, and I know that there are a lot of people in my region, they inquire, they've been asking about getting into tourism business, but the liability and for insurance is too costly for a lot of them. So I just wanted to know if what is the department doing, working with the local people to promote tourism for businesses.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, Madam Chair, I would look to pointing again to the list of funding programs that are going to be provided to all members, but perhaps I'll turn to the Deputy Minister and see if she can add something more specific at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Strand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, I think there's an extensive list of things that our North Slave Regional Office have been working on with respect to the Clecho. So first is the North Arm Campground, but we've also been working with YELLOWKNIFE and the Clecho communities, offering different training courses, on our tourism program on our website, and we can include these to the member as well, are the different, how to be a tourism operator. And in those conversations, there is that discussion on insurance and how we work on that. So we're fairly active with getting into the communities with our North Slave Regional Office. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member from Montfouet.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. I know that we're next to YELLOWKNIFE, so like we're losing out on a lot of opportunities, especially within tourism. And here, we don't even have a tourism visitor center. Because I know a lot of people are saying they reach out to the people, but we have nothing for them because it's not just Yellowknife. And then some people the people that come from the south, they go to Yellowknife and they get tired of Yellowknife, but we don't have nothing to offer them in Klitschko region. So that's why I'm saying that, because a lot of people are looking for authentic experience. And even last year when we had 100-year celebration, we had a lot of tourism that were in Yellowknife that went to Bichiko when they heard about that, when we were having that celebration. And they said, yeah, Yellowknife, like, we're tired, like, it's the same old, and they trying to reach out, go to other places, and as soon as they found the opportunity, they went and came and spent, they really enjoyed themselves. This is what I heard from some of them, and some of them were from Ontario, from the East Coast. So, so that's why I'm saying that, like, it would be nice. I would like to see this department, that minister, to promote and to have a visitor center in either in Bichiko or in N.W.T or the junction somewhere, and so that way the tourism, when they're coming, we can tell them what we do have. But right now we don't have much to offer them, especially in our regions, because everything is in Yellowknife, and Yellowknife is not the only place. We do need stuff too in the small communities. So that's why I'm just asking that, how come we don't have a visitor center in Klitschko region? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if the communities, one of the communities in the Klitschko region are interested to work on some form of visitor center or facility, I mean, again, happy to receive that kind of a request. There's been a lot of work gone in to N.W.T to try to work with the community and decide what they may want in terms of tourism product or tourism opportunities. And my understanding is the Klitschko government has been taking the lead on these issues, quite rightfully, and happy to work with them on that. There's been a lot of money that has gone to the North Arm Park camping ground area, including access to interpretive signage and boardwalks, etc. And indeed, money has gone away from other projects in the North Slave region, generally into the North Arm Park, in order to get that done and to get it done early and on time. Community tourism coordinators would be the one other place I'd point, Madam Chair. There needs to be someone in the community, and the community wants to have a community tourism coordinator, and that might help to advance to put forward in a more advanced way what is available and on offer in the Klitschko community. Because I think we'd all agree we'd like to see more, but it will have to be Klitschko government led with us in support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Malfui.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there a timeline for the North Arm Parks? When is it going to be completed?
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe it is open, at least largely open to be this summer, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Malfui.
Thank you.
Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to talk about, I guess, the arts, and one thing I still see that there's a need for is to secure naturally tanned hides for crafts and garments and those type of things. I'm just wondering what the government or the department's doing to ensure that happens, so that we don't have don't have the artists having to go south to look for tanned hides that aren't from the Northwest Territories or are commercially tanned. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, this is another area that I think what I may have to do is put this one on my list for our shared multi-department sit-down between the LNR departments. ENR does play, I believe, a lead role or a significant role in terms of accessing hides. There have been some pilot programs, I believe, over the last year or so in terms of finding different ways to provide access to hides, and I have heard the differing views from members of the community as to whether or not those were appropriate and culturally relevant. So, as I say, I will put that on my list for a meeting, and once we've had that meeting, we'll confirm with the member what opportunities there may be going forward between the two departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next question here. I guess last week we had the Agri conference here in Yellowknife. So I'm just wondering, we talk about agritourism and that. How much interest is there by the Indigenous governments or persons or businesses, I guess, in providing that type of service? Because when I look at it, when I look at tourism and it doesn't seem that's something that Indigenous people may want to do. So I'm just, and I may be wrong, so I just want to be corrected if I am, to see if how much interest there is. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I can't say from on the perspective of what Indigenous government's view on it might be. What I can speak to a bit more is with respect to the foraging and harvesting opportunities. For example, Ecology North, I believe, has been running tours out to do harvesting walks or foraging walks here just in Yellowknife. So to the extent that these are the people who understand and know the lands the best, I would think those opportunities are there. Whether they want to commodify that and turn that into a tourism product, again, there is funding opportunity for mentorship, for mentor training, and then to market their products through N.W.T tourism. And it's just a matter of connecting those opportunities should people be interested in doing so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I see an opportunity there, I guess, for Indigenous people, especially when you're looking at, whether it's, berries or whatever it is that's grown naturally or in the Northwest Territories, and like I say, walking tours and that. So, there's a real opportunity, I think, there. I was just trying to get a sense on the, the run-of-the-mill of agriculture that is, that we see from the south that's moved into the north. That's all. So more of just a comment, but I'll just go on here. The other thing that we don't seem to talk about much is the new initiatives as well for tourism. Like we have some beautiful places around here, like Hay River. We've got Louise Falls, we've got Alexander Falls, we've got the lake and all that. And I look at it and when I go down there, I'm thinking, what could we do different here? And then I talk to some of the people that work in the department and that. And, one thing we should be looking at is expanding what we have. And like for around Enterprise there at the falls is, a walking bridge or something like that. Is that something that the department is looking at, new initiatives to expand what we have for tourism into, you go to the falls and you're concentrated in one spot, but you may be able to get over top of it, and things like that. I know there might be a little bit of a liability issue there, but we got to throw those type of ideas out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, happy, and the ideas couldn't agree more with. Happy to have the ideas, exactly where who the champion might be, and then connecting the champions to the funding is, I suppose, the more challenging side. That said, I would note that there is now funding for interpretive programming within parks, which is new. That is an asset I have heard here, and there's now $50,000 per year proposed to support interpretive programming, which hopefully would, I'd love to see that be fully expended this year. It certainly would give that value add about the distinctness of each culture and region. So, happy to give that a little plug and a little nudge, and let's be happy to also see that it gets fully utilized. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One other area here is, where I can see expansion is the border there at Highway 1. Again, we got beautiful booth there as well, or a building there for tourists, and we've got places for people to stay, but I think that can be expanded. But the issue there is that it comes down to power. And right now we're generating power either with diesel generators or sometimes with other sources. And we have Alberta, we have power there going. I'm not sure how far it goes into, if it goes to Indian cabins or a little bit this side. And I would like, I guess, the department to take a look at the cost of possibly bringing that line into the territories to provide power to it, because we are spending a lot of money anyway, and see if it would make sense, because we wouldn't be maintaining having to maintain generators and worrying about that. So it would just allow us maybe to expand the season a little bit around there and expand the services that we can provide to tourism. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I've certainly not heard it proposed from within the department or with colleagues over at infrastructure that Alberta Power can come up here in any sort of easy or cost-efficient basis. Certainly would love to be frankly wrong about that, Madam Chair, but there are efforts underway to move to renewables where possible, that some of the parks are seeing a move to having some small-scale various renewable initiatives, particularly around solar. Again, I can perhaps get back to the member with respect to what's happening. It's often an infrastructure ITI joint initiative, and often under the small cap side of the capital budget. Not to say that it gets lost in the small cap budget, Madam Chair, but there's a long list of items there, and they may not all get the attention that they deserve for the fact that they are actually providing power alternatives at the parks, which does have a significant impact, a trickling effect on other things like tourism. So I can highlight a few of those initiatives. I just don't have the capital budget small cap projects in front of me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Hay River South.
That's all. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? All right, so please turn to page 238, Industry, Tourism, Investment, Tourism and Parks, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2023-2024, main estimate, $16,795,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. There are additional information items on page 242 to 246. Are there any questions on those? Member for Tunade-Willowday.
Madam Chairman, I'm just thinking about the business incentive policies. In the early days, when I was the local housing authority manager in the community, DLO, we managed all our housing in our community. We had a block funding agreement with the Housing Corporation where we agreed to build X amount of units in our community, and but we had to follow the business incentive policy, which means that we had to buy all the cabinets from the north, all the windows from the north, all the screw jacks from the north, all the trusses from the north, etc. But what's happened now is that the chief in Ford Resolution made it very clear that they don't want no trailers in the community. And yet, here we are, we're bringing trailers into the community, taking away employment from our people in the communities. And so I'm not really sure in this going forward, your policy, the business incentive policy, and working with the Housing Corporation, I'm not sure how they're going to really fix this problem. We know that the high cost of living, we know the high cost of building, we know the high costs of the materials in the south and the labor in the north, etc., is high. And so I remember in the early days where we had the business incentive policy, they kind of frowned. They didn't really like the idea that we were to use buy trailers from the south, and they promoted the business incentive policy. But yet now we got these trailers that are been purchased from down south, with no real benefit to northern BIP suppliers. So I'm not sure how your department is managing that. Can you maybe talk about that a little bit so it's a little more clear as to how you're going to deal with this BIP policy on the industry, tourism, and investment? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there is a procurement review underway still right now that was begun some time ago, and a fairly detailed set of recommendations received some time ago. It is now at a stage where there are a number of changes that have been made and some more changes coming forward to the public side of the procurement work that the government is doing. Things, for example, around just clarifying how bids are being received, trying to ensure that it's more that the vendors are being monitored for ensuring that they actually follow through with whatever their commitments are. And there's a lot of work happening, particularly through EIA, with respect to Indigenous procurement and what an Indigenous procurement policy might look like. With respect to the business incentive policy, there's a need to better understand the definition of a business, of a northern business and of a northern Indigenous business, and that work is actively underway right now to be done in the life of this government. So there's quite a number of things happening. Specific issues with respect to whether or not to choose a trailer or not a trailer, I'm not familiar with, but I'd be happy to receive the details of that and then could then provide a more detailed and specific response to the member. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. So going forward, I guess I'm just thinking that as claims get done in the north and Indigenous governments want greater control on managing the housing situation in their communities, I guess with your department, are they going to start looking at how they're going to start working with the Indigenous governments to fulfill in some of these roles through either agreements that they have, either through a block funding agreement or contribution agreements. So sooner or later, this government here has to start recognizing that we are going to have settled claims. And right now, in committee that I've been involved in, none of the departments have the foresight to say that in 4 years or 8 years we're going to have these agreements. What's happening in committees that they're just going ahead with status quo without recognizing that the claims are going to be there. So going forward, do you guys have a vision in how you're going to work with Indigenous government to look at how we're going to start transferring some of these responsibilities through decentralization? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, obviously, Madam Chair, my comments have to be limited to within the scope of what the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment can speak to. EIA is coming next, so heads up to my colleagues who are going to be sitting here shortly. But with respect to what the Department of ITI can do, I can speak, Madam Chair, to the work we've already done with the Intergovernmental Council and more on the development of the Mineral Resources Act regulations. But the ITI has been the lead department to enact and to put forward and to work with the Intergovernmental Council at the Secretariat level, in particular, to really co-develop and what is happening with the Mineral Resource Act regulations. And that process is one that has been very intensive. We've been figuring out and understanding how it will look as it's evolved. I think that's, if I was to point to one thing that speaks to how the Northwest Territories is going to have to evolve the way we govern and do our governance, both as a public government and then vis-a-vis Indigenous governments and modern treaty holders, that is a process that, again, having now seen it unfold, provides some very, I think, exciting lessons for how things can be done differently. The other one I'd point back to is the procurement review, where, again, we've been trying to do that not only as a government-led and government-run, but as one that is inclusive. It takes a little longer to have a more inclusive conversation, but the product at the end is hopefully better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
I know that she touched on the Minerals Act. right now it's also under review, it's my understanding, but it's also a concern that was also brought to my attention by a member from my community that there should still be more Aboriginal and Indigenous engagement on this act, but right now it's what's happening is that they're working behind the scenes, it seems like, with industry, etc. Is it your hope to start working with Indigenous governments and then the Development Corporation? I guess they changed their name now, but in terms of getting some feedback on what the views are of the Aboriginal people on the amendments of the Mineral Act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Intergovernmental Council has been a co-development partner of the Mineral Resources Act regulations. They have sat at the table hand in hand with ITI in terms of getting to where we are at this point. And notwithstanding, I know perhaps not the view of every member in this House, the industry partners out there are often quite critical of the fact that they feel that they haven't had the opportunity to have as much input as they want. So it seems like you can't always make everybody happy. But in this case, we have taken the legislative protocol that was brand new and put that into motion and put that into action. And there's a now co-developed process through which the modern Mineral Resources Act regulations are ones that have had the Indigenous governments and modern treaty holders as well as Council of Leaders, but IGC in particular, have been hand in hand in developing what that's going to look like and helping us to drive what the policy terms would be before getting to a point of actually drafting those regs. So it's been a very different process. It's been very unique anywhere in Canada. I do think it's going to produce something that we as Canadians can be proud of and as Northerners can be proud of. And I certainly, again, the process isn't over by any means. The process is still underway, but it is one that has really enacted that legislative protocol as being something unique and different. So if there are Indigenous governments who, for some reason, are not happy with the IGCS process, I mean, that's probably a question for EIA. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Did you have any further questions under the section? Thank you. Member for Trinidad Willowdale.
And just go forward on page 242 and 243. Again, regional allocation of funding and positions, etc. I mentioned a few weeks ago as well that we got I guess I do have a concern in regards to how North Slave is how we're rolled up into the North Slave region. Whether it be DLO, DETA, and then the question is, where does N.W.T fit in? Are they part of the North Slave or South Slave? And in terms of the South Slave region, again, it's right now, from what I was told last time I was going through this, is that South Slave is predominantly Fort Smith and Hay River, but so Fort Resolution, yes, it falls in the South Slave, but then in terms of positions and allocation, it's really skewed here, because when you take a look at it, 15 full-time positions for whether it be the headquarters, and then other positions they have, it's nothing on here, part-time, seasonal. But anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, we may have, the government's going to have to really take a look at how we're going to go forward on this document, and because DLO and DETA is rolled into the North Slave, and Fort Resolution and N.W.T is also, I presume, it's part of the South Slave. So, but yet in my Trinidad Willowdale riding, we got four communities. So I don't know when government's going to start changing their booklet here to reflect that. So I just want to know what are your plans to fix this problem? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, this is just the Business Development Investment Corporation, and it's just, so the 15 staff mentioned here are really just for the BDIC, and they do, a lot of their work while based in headquarters, they support staff, ITI staff, who will deliver their frontline work out in communities through the EDO offices that are based in communities around the Northwest Territories. And at this point, there's no intention necessarily to change the fundamental functioning of the BDIC. There is a lot of work underway right now to change their act, for one, which I believe is before the House. There's a new corporate plan out for them, and there's a real drive to try to look at better positioning the range and the scope of business supports for, from micro lending through to the larger lending, which is what BDIC would be responsible for on a Northwest Territories scale. As for the reorganization fundamentally of the administrative regions of the government of the Northwest Territories, that is not something that I'm aware that there's any effort or initiative underway to fundamentally do that. That would be a fairly significant restructuring that would be fairly costly and would have to involve all the departments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from members on these information items? Seeing none, please return now to the departmental summary found on page 221, revenue summary information items on page 222. No questions? Committee, I will call the departmental summary, industry, tourism, investment, operation expenditures, total department. 2023, 2024, main estimate $61,476,000. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that we defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment at this time. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Consideration of Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment 2023-2024 main estimates, operating expenditures, total department is deferred. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. We'll take a short recess. Call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee have agreed to consider table document 813-19 brackets 2 2023-2024 main estimates. We will now consider the Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs. Does the Premier have any opening remarks?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm here to present the 2023-2024 main estimates for the Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs. Overall, the 2023-24 main estimates continue to support the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly and vision of Budget 2023 by funding the N.W.T's negotiation and implementation efforts with respect to the conclusion of self-government resource and land claim agreements with Indigenous governments, and providing support for the departmental activities related to the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. The department's main estimates propose a 1% decrease from the 22-23 main estimates. This is based on a $120,000 reduction to the overall contract services budget to better reflect actual expenditures that the department has incurred year over year, as there have historically been surplus amounts in this budget category. These main estimates support the budget or the mandate objectives for the Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs, while continuing to meet the government's fiscal objectives to prioritize responsible and strategic spending. That concludes my opening statements. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do you wish to bring witnesses into the House?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Madam Premier, please introduce your witnesses.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On my right is Martin Goldney, the Deputy Minister of Executive and Indigenous Affairs, and on my left is Ms. Lauren Alexandra, the Director of Shared Corporate Services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Welcome. Committee has agreed to forego general comments. Does committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Okay. Committee, we will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with cabinet support, starting on page 124 with information items on page 125. Questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can I get an update as to where we're at with an offshore accord? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The last I heard was the federal government extended their moratorium on the offshore. There's no doubt about that. They had a scientific review that was done. The next steps were to be working with the N.W.T Regional Corporation membership to review that scientific review, and then process with carry forward with the accord. The accord is three parties: federal government, well, four federal government, the Northwest Territories, Yukon, and the N.W.T Regional Corporation. So we're still waiting for that work the scientific review to be reviewed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Maybe I don't really understand why an offshore accord needs to wait for these other things. Can the Premier shed some light on that for me? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. They don't need to wait. We were working on them all simultaneously. There is a little bit of a trust issue that we're trying to address right now, Madam Chair, with the federal government. And so hopefully when the federal government shares the scientific review, that will regain some of that trust. So it's always a delicate area that we work on when we're trying to work with different parties, different government levels. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks. Well, then I'd like to ask about the scientific review. Is there any public document that's now finished, or is it finished, and when is it going to be made public? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have asked for that to be made public as well. My understanding from the federal government is they're going to work with it with the N.W.T Regional Corporation, their membership first, and then we'll still pressure them to make that report public, because I do believe it should be a public document. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. So I'm just trying to understand this. So scientific review was probably contracted by the federal government, and it's finished. So why does that have to go through some sort of process with IRC before it's actually made public. Like the work's finished, I presume, but can you shed any light on that for me? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just put your hand on top. Thank you, Madam Chair. The work on the scientific review was to be done in cooperation with the Inuvialuit, the N.W.T, the Yukon government. So that is why that work should be shared with the membership first. There's been no discussion with the 4 parties on that science-based review at this point. So we're asking for a review of that so that we can all sit at the table and discuss it first. And really, I mean, even if they reached out to the Inuvialuit, it is their land. It's their area. So I think that to do due diligence, I think that the federal government should share their findings and have that conversation with the people that are affected by it. After that work is done, then our next push is to make that public. But again, recognizing that that's a federal government document, we took part in it, and so all we're asking for is to let's have the conversations first. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, it just seems rather mysterious to me, but okay. I want to move on to the external advisory table. That I think this is another place where I can raise that, or is there a different activity I'm supposed to raise it in?
Sorry, though. Which?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So there's an external advisory table for NGOs that EIA had committed to establish, seems like a long time ago. There was a public call for people to submit names. Where are we at with this, and is this the right activity to ask questions about that? Thanks, Madam Chair.
If it's not, I'm sure you'll have the answer, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It took me a while to figure out which committee as well. So yes, the NGO Advisory Committee, we did ask, put an ad out, asked for people that were interested to sit on that committee. We got quite a few interested, actually, and so we've just picked the committee members. We tried to be as diverse as possible within that, and representing all the regions as well, not just from Yellowknife. And so we're just, I believe, last week, they've appointed, they're letting people know now, and they have 1 month to be able to do that work and then bring back recommendations to us on what we should be doing differently with the NGO sector. As soon as we find out more, so we will actually be willing to meet with committee as well, an update committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So can the minister share the membership of this external or the NGO advisory group with members, even on a confidential basis if necessary, or announce it even better? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Premier.
Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Chair. So we'll have to check. I mean, that work has just been going on, so we'll check to see if they've all been notified first, which I know that they've been working on the last week, so hopefully they've all been notified, although sometimes people are hard to get. So I'm not too sure if it will be made public. I don't see a reason why, but the least I will commit to is that if there's any reason that I can't, then I will share the names of all members with MLAs in confidence, if there's any reason that I can't, but I don't see at this point why I can't. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I'm all for doing it publicly. Like, I would think that this is something you'd want to give yourself some credit for. So in any event, I think I heard the Premier say, though, that this group is only going to be around for a month. It seems like a pretty short time frame to look at some of these issues, and I would have thought that you might want to have some kind of group like this maybe on an ongoing basis. Maybe they meet, once or twice a year. You can bounce ideas off them. They might have some advice, suggestions for how we improve our relationship and funding of NGOs. But did I hear that right? Just 1 month to do some work? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this group that we're bringing together now is a working group. Madam Chair, all of them should have experience within the fields, hopefully years of experience within the different fields. So we're really looking from them from an experience viewpoint of what do they need, what do we need to work on now. I agree with the member that perhaps this should be something that's long-term. I don't think that at this point I'm ready to commit to that. This is going to be a group that will receive an honorarium for their work done. I think that in general, Madam Chair, that the NGO sector has not been consulted appropriately within governments. This government, past governments, this government had COVID, in fairness, but past governments as well. So I think that the member is right. We should be looking at some kind of a forum that we can actually have more engagement with the NGO sector. They're valuable. They provide incredible amount of work, and we do need to recognize them. But this work is to meet our commitment, our priority, and it's really structured, work-focused, and paid work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess I'd like to get a commitment from the Premier then that the report, recommendations, whatever, from this group are going to be made public, and that there's going to be a response from this, from the Cabinet to those recommendations that can also be made public. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point, absolutely, the report will be public unless there's things that are confidential under the Privacy Act that I have to redact, I think is the right term for that, of course, but other than that, like if there's names, etc., those kind of things, but other than that, the report should be public, and the recommendations, I mean, what's the use of doing it if we don't have some kind of reply to the recommendations? So yes, I will commit to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. That's all I have on this one. Thank you.
Are there any further questions under Cabinet support? Seeing none, please turn to page 124. In Executive and Indigenous Affairs Cabinet Support Operation Expenditure Summary 2023-2024 main estimates $2,290,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. We'll now move to Corporate Communications, beginning on page 127 with information item on page 128. Questions under Corporate Communications? Seeing none, please turn to page 127. Executive and Indigenous Affairs Corporate Communication Operation Expenditure Summary 2023-2024 main estimates $1,512,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Directorate beginning on page 130 with information items on page 131 to 133. Are there any questions under the Directorate? Seeing none. Oh, member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think this is the part of the budget where the government service officers are found. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Are we adding any to the network in this budget? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, not at this time. We're not adding any. I haven't received any requests over to do that as well. I do know that, Madam Chair, that they would like a one-stop kind of in Yellowknife, but these really are for people in the communities so that they can access. A lot of it is actually translation services, elders, etc., to access programs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, the Premier jumped ahead a few of my questions there, but let's start with which communities don't have GSOs right now so that they can know that the Premier is ready to fund them when they submit a request. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't rattle off which ones I don't, but I can rattle off which ones I do based on the sheet. So we have them in Lutsuke, Betchco, N.W.T, YELLOWKNIFE, Wekwadi, Fort Resolution, Hay River Reserve, Fort Liard, Fort Providence, Nahanni Butte, Jean Marie River, Sambuquet, Covell Lake, Delaney, Fort Good Hope, Toledo, Aklavik, Fort McPherson, Paulituck, Sax Harbor, and Sigachek. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's it.
Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. Well, I want to thank the Premier for rhyming those off also quickly, but let's just, this is a free advertisement, so if your community was not named, you want a GSO, Premier's happy to entertain a proposal. So there. So I do want to talk about the GSO function or that sort of service in the context of the regional centers and even in Yellowknife. We actually do have that in Yellowknife for the Francophone community, and as I understand it, it's actually quite well used and provides good service. So, you know, we've talked in the past about is there an opportunity to partner with the federal government, as we do in some of the smaller communities as well, with Service Canada. Then, you know, these people doing some Service Canada work as well. There's a Service Canada office in Yellowknife, and is there any further thoughts about trying to work with the federal government so that there can be a combined storefront, single service window, so to speak, for the federal territorial government in a place like Yellowknife? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that really the whole purpose of the GSOs, government service officers, was to be able to provide services in small communities. It wasn't seen as a regional or a headquarters initiative. I know that there may be some appetite for it. I'm not against it either. But at this stage, in honesty, Madam Chair, we're at the end of the government. We got like huge things we're trying to get finished within EIA. We got like not only the priorities, the mandates, etc. We got like things going on geopolitically that we're also watching for. We just went through COVID, etc. So I would say within the term of this government, it is not something that I'm looking at taking on at this point. Might be something that the member wants to bring forward in the next assembly. Again, those things take time to do, and my focus right now is getting done what we've already got on our plate. Now, if the opportunity slipped by me and there was a conversation, I would take the opportunity, but at this point, it's not something I'm going to focus a lot of time on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, the Premier knows I'm pretty persistent because I've been raising this now, I think, for about 7 years. So maybe it needs to go in a transition report or something, and for the next assembly to deal with. I think that's all I've got on this one. Thanks, Madam Chair.
All right, so are there any further questions under the Directorate? Seeing none, please turn to page 130. Executive and Indigenous Affairs Directorate, Operation Expenditure Summary 2023-2024, main estimate $6,501,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Executive Council Offices, beginning on page 135 with information items on page 136. Questions? If there are no questions, please turn to page 135. Executive and Indigenous Affairs, Executive Council Offices, Operation Expenditure Summary 2023-2024, main estimates $4,176,000. Does committee, member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. You're just speeding through all this stuff. So I commend you for that, but I think this is the section of the EIA budget, if I've got it correctly, where negotiations funding is found, and I'm just wondering what is happening with negotiations. You know, in the last assembly, the Premier, when he was a candidate for Premier, he promised to have all of the negotiations completed at the end of 4 years.
You're in the wrong one.
Oh, I'm in the wrong section. There's one more. I'll wait, Madam Chair.
All right, so please turn to page 135, Executive and Indigenous Affairs, Executive Council Offices, Operation Expenditure Summary 2023-2024 main estimates, $4,176,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, Indigenous and Intergovernmental Affairs, beginning on page 138 with information on items pages 139 and 140. Member for Frame Lake.
Wow, thanks, Madam Chair. I think I'm on the right one now. So I mentioned in the last assembly there was a promise to get all the negotiations done by the end of the 4-year life of the assembly, and the only thing that happened was an agreement in principle on self-government for Norman Wells, Métis. And so where are we at with negotiations? Look, I fully recognize that COVID was not helpful in terms of meeting and working together and so on. And I'm not asking the Premier to divulge, I hope, anything that's confidential, but I think there was a mandate commitment to get 2 agreements. Are we anywhere near that? You know, we got less, 6 months, 8 months left? Are we going to get 2 agreements? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, so I'm going to try to do this politically correct because negotiations are confidential, so you can't really share the process where they are. However, what I can say is that I'm just going to be bringing an information item to Cabinet within the next day or 2, and then I'll be providing a confidential upgrade or briefing if AOC wants to the members to actually tell them where they are. What I will say, Madam Chair, is we're really close and we're a lot farther along than I thought we'd be. And if things aren't done in this government, it'll be really early in the next government. But that's all I'm going to say at this point without going further into that. But I am willing to brief committee at any time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
I can hardly wait. Thanks, Madam Chair. I look forward to some good news on that front and getting more information. So I guess the next topic is where are we at with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples? It was a mandate commitment to do some work on this, and just can the minister kind of describe where we're at? Recognizing that there's also a special committee that tabled an interim report on this topic. So thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel like I've already briefed that member on this item, but for the public, absolutely. We are, again, another exciting piece of work that we're looking at. This work was done with the Council Leaders Table. It wasn't easy. It took a lot of work, and not everybody's on board. The majority are on board. This work will be bringing forward a legislative bill, in this session. I think we already did the proposal. Just a proposal? Give me the right term there, Martin.
Yeah, the proposal.
Legislative proposal in this session. Because we recognize that committee has for 120 days to take it on the road. We're at the end of the assembly. We only have a short amount of time. So we're going to work as close as we can with committee. That is another commitment. I don't know if we've usually done that, but I think it's important we work together to get this across the line if it's going to happen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So there's a big difference between a legislative proposal and a bill. Are we actually going to get a bill? Because the legislative proposal is usually pretty high level, shared with regular MLA, so there can be some reaction, initial input. But are we going to get a bill? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for asking for the clarification. That's what I was hoping to get. We are going to have a draft bill before this session is finished. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. Well, that could be good news. We'll see. But I want to encourage the Premier, the department. I think there's going to need to be a lot of public education, communications work around this. I know that MLAs have been looking at this, how other jurisdictions have attempted to deal with this, heard from some academics. so on, some, Indigenous government leaders. That's all great stuff, but I think there's a real big need for some public education and well-crafted communications materials. Is that something that the department is working on right now as well? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely, there is going to need to be a lot of communication and a lot of explaining to the public. I'm actually quite proud of the work that this Legislative Assembly has done on this work. Instead of other jurisdictions have done it, the federal government's done it, and BC has done it, but in my understanding, I know the federal government didn't consult with us. These things weren't done at the amount of consultation that we've actually done in the Northwest Territories. So the biggest thing the proudest thing I am for this work is that it was co-drafted with Indigenous governments. It wasn't for Indigenous governments, it is by Indigenous governments. So yes, Madam Chair, we have a lot of education to do, and I'd really appreciate actually, because I know the member has experience, if he wants to meet with me at any time after to talk about what he thinks we should do in communications, I'd be more than willing to hear that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm going to take the Premier up on that offer. Thanks.
All right, so are there any further questions under Indigenous and Intergovernmental Affairs? Seeing none. Indigenous and Intergovernmental Affairs. Where am I? Executive and Indigenous Affairs, Indigenous and Intergovernmental Affairs, Operation Expenditure Summary 2023-2024. Main estimate, $7,515,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. There are additional information items on page 141 to 143. Are there any questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I want to ask about the budget or the funding allocation for the Status of Women Council. Found on page 141, and I think we'd heard earlier that a number of NGOs have received forced growth increases in their funding, and that doesn't appear to be maybe that is the case for the Status of Women Council, but can Premier speak to that, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have it right with me. Maybe you can find if you have it. I do know that within the last year's budget, there was an increase to both the Status of Women Council and the Native Women's Association. I do know that we're also doing the work with the NGOs, and so I'm assuming that some of that will be taken into consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And if we can get that commitment to get that into members, that would be great. Member for Frame Lake?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So, I'm just looking at, page 141 and the contributions from the Government of the Northwest Territories. In 21-22, the actuals were 582, then it went down to 444, and it stayed there. So why was it higher in 21-22? Maybe there was some extra funding somewhere, but it doesn't look like they've actually received any kind of an increase. Forced growth, cost of living, inflation running at 6.3%. What's happening here? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Lauren if she wants to expand on it, but my understanding is that the contributions are from the whole of the GNWT. It's not just from the executive, so sometimes agencies, like Justice, an example with this one, will give money, but it might be for a short-term contract, so that's showing, but it's not longer term. But Madam Chair, if I can turn it to Lauren.
Ms. Alexandra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as some additional funding from the department, there was additional funding provided to the Status of Women Council to support their engagement on the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls engagement. So that's some additional funding that the department provided.
Okay.
Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks for that. So I take it then, though, that there is no increased funding for the Status of Women Council for 23-24. That's what the numbers show. Why is there no forced growth increase for this NGO, but there was for others? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll have to get back to the member. I do know that within the term of this government, there was an increase to both of the organizations, so we'll get back to them and let them know what that was. But again, we're just still at the process of doing the work with other organizations, so it's work that needs to be ongoing. But we will commit to getting back to you when the last increase was and exactly what it was, how much was.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. I guess I don't think I can ask any more questions. I'm going to make a statement. I think the Status of Women should have had an increase, a forced growth, like the other NGOs. Maybe that's clear, because that's not what the numbers here show on the page. And I think we need to be more consistent in how we treat NGOs across the board in our forced growth increases. And that's all I have. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Are there any additional comments to the information items on page 141 and 143? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also agree that the work of the Status of Women is super important, and I'm just wondering if the Premier can speak to the process for hiring an executive director. It's my understanding that that position has been empty for quite a while, and if the department could speak to what's happening there, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Status of Women Council is an arm's length. It's not, the N.W.T does not oversee them and tell them what to do. They provide reports through them. There is an act for them, but they really govern their own. So, Madam Chair, I'm not sure. I don't even know why the last executive director left. I do know that it's not for the N.W.T to determine their executive director. That's a process that they do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think I said that the department was responsible for it. I asked what was happening with the fact that there hasn't been an executive director there. Given the importance of the work and that we are funding them from the N.W.T to some degree, what does the department plan to do with the fact that there is nobody leading that organization? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that we can send a letter asking them, an email asking them what their process, where they are with the process, and we'll provide an update to committee. Like I said, Madam Chair, it's not something that we take too much. I don't even know, like I said, I think it's only been a month or two that the position's been open, but I could be incorrect. And those positions are often hard to get. They're not, executive directors aren't a dime a dozen, so. But as soon as we will reach out, we'll try to find out what's going on, and then we'll submit an email or let all members know what's going on with that position. Thank you.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just comment that I find it quite concerning that nobody seems to be aware that this is happening in the Premier's office. This position has been empty for months now, not just one. I think almost at least since the fall. My question then is, given that NGOs are often underfunded for wages and benefits, etc., given that we're only contributing $444,000 to this organization, how does the N.W.T expect an NGO like this to attract any sort of good quality people to work for them if we're not going to be properly, or they're not being properly compensated? Can the Premier speak to whether or not we're going to bump this money back up, at least to the pandemic level? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is, yes, we give the 444, but the federal government also gives $1 million, Madam Chair. If the Chair wants to, I do believe the Minister of Status of Women does know a little bit more on the Executive Director position if we wanted to turn it to her, if you're okay with that, Madam Chair.
I'll turn to Minister of Status of Women.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so there were some challenges, I understand, in terms of the staffing that at the Status of Women over the last several months, and the Gender Equity Unit was able to provide some supports during that period of time. It is the board of the Status of Women that does do their own hiring and does manage their own human resources process. So the role that I would have on behalf of the N.W.T as the Minister responsible for Status of Women is to appoint the board, and then they do their own hiring. So I certainly can reach out to them for an update as to where they're at. But they, as I said, to the extent that there was some challenges with staffing, we were able to support them, but it is their role. And then with respect to, I think the member was asking what the funding would be. I mean, obviously the main estimates are before members right now. And they are not, while not to certainly at all take away from the importance of the work that they do, they are an advocacy-based organization and not one providing essential services, and so they may not then necessarily have been subject to the same forced growth process that NGOs that do provide essential government services, for which the N.W.T would have to step in, would then be subject to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I have a clarification on where this $1 million from the federal government is? I only see $595,000 here. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, Status of Women.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that was funding that came through. I believe it was announced by MP MacLeod roughly a year ago now, and it was. I can't speak to the nature of exactly. I believe it was probably some sort of project funding, but again, it was federal dollars. It is not the only external funding that Status of Women receives. They certainly receive other program dollars through other federal departments, and I can't speak to that entirely. I believe, however, I can commit to providing members with a copy of their annual report, which would then give a fuller picture of the entirety of the funds that they have from all sources. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the clarification around the essential services, although I do want to note that the Status of Women does do a lot of other work that is quite key, whether or not it's actually deemed essential by the government. I know that they've been doing a lot of work with like RCMP and analyzing things around domestic violence, etc. Can the Minister or the Premier answer whether or not the Gender Equity Unit is actually being positioned to replace the Status of Women, given that there's more funding there than there seems to be to the Status of Women? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start, and then the Minister of Status of Women might want to expand on it. At no time, so I'm not sure if I'm understanding the question quite right, but the Gender Equity Unit is not to take the place of the Status of Women. It's totally different. The gender equity work is to work with the missing and murdered Indigenous women around that kind of work that we're working on. But at no time have we had any discussions about taking over and replacing the Status of Women. Madam Chair, I'm not sure if the Minister of Status of Women wanted to expand or if she's okay with that, or. But through you.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add, Minister, Status of Women?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Only to further echo what the Premier's already said. Gender Equity Unit, just to be very clear, replaces what was formerly known as the Women's Advisory Office, which had exactly one person working in it, which is not a whole lot of horsepower to deal with when you have the breadth of matters that come through. As the Premier said, missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls, and the response to the National Action Plan comes through gender equity, as is work in terms of training departments on gender-based analysis, as well as work in terms of intimate partner violence, and there's multi-department initiatives that touch on both of those things that then have to run through or do run through. Also, the campaign schools are running through this division. So there's a lot of work happening there that is separate and apart from what the Status of Women are doing, and certainly, as Premier said, not any intention to step on their toes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is what this seems to me, and I hear a lot of what the description about the Gender Equity Unit does actually seem to me to quite overlap with some of the work that is being done by the Status of Women. So again, just like our shelter situation where we put it on NGOs that can't afford to pay proper wages to do work, it seems like this is another one of those types of situations where we underfund an NGO to do work, but then we have a parallel department or other department doing some of that work. Those people are making more money. They're getting better benefits and wages than the people that are working for the NGO or the arm's length entity. And as a result, we are seeing a mass exodus of those NGOs and those non-governmental groups to the government. So maybe just more of a comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on the additional items on page 141 and 143? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just while we're talking about the status of women, I believe it was last summer there was engagement done on the Status of Women Act. And I'm wondering what the expected timeline is on that act and if we'll see a bill in the life of this Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do know that the bill will be coming in this Assembly, but I'd like to transfer to the Status of Women Minister, who will know the timing better than me. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister responsible for Status of Women.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think the Premier's given, oh, no, hang on, Madam Chair, I may actually have it here handy. If I don't, I can certainly provide it, but Premier is correct, it is going to be coming in the life of this Assembly, I think, this session, Madam Chair.
This sitting? This sitting? Okay. Just to clarify. Member for Cam Lake?
No, that's excellent. We look forward to seeing it and working with Cabinet on it. Thank you.
All right. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, members, thank you. Please return now to to the departmental summary found on page 119. Revenue summary information items on page 120. No, I will now call the departmental summary, executive and Indigenous affairs, operation expenditures, total department 2023-2024 main estimates, $21,994,000. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs at this time. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion. Just a moment while the motion is being distributed. All right, members, the motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Consideration of Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs 2023-2024 main estimates, operating expenditures, total department is deferred. Thank you to the Premier, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. What is the wish of committee? Mr. O'Reilly?
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I move that the chair rise and report progress.
Thank you. The motion is in order. The motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
Order. May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, Member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 813-19 brackets 2 and would like to report progress with 2 motions adopted. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Member for N.W.T. Lakes, do we have a seconder? Member for Mumfwee, all those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nuvik-Boot Lake, that Bill 57, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2022, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Hay River South, the member for Tabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Tunadawaladay, the member for Mumfwee, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Satu, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 16 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 57 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Tuesday, February 28th, 2023, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of stand-in and special committees, returns to oral questions, acknowledgements, oral questions, written questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, petitions, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Bill 64, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matter, Bill 23, Bill 29, Bill 56, and Bill 61. Committee Report 40-19-2, Minister Statement 264-19-2, Table Document 681, 6894, and 813-19-2. Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Tuesday, February 28th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.